KubotaOrangeDays.com.
The Royals play here.
For the fastball, 10 strikeouts for Cole Reagans this afternoon.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. He blew a fastball by him at 99.
First pitch to Isbell, and he hits it high in the air, deep to right field. Wallner turns around, watches it fly into the bullpen. A solo shot for Kyle Isbell.
Your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Cody Tapp, and I want to keep telling you about my progress over at Awaken 180 Weight Loss. I've lost 30 pounds, which was my goal, thanks to Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Look, maybe you got the pool, vacations, life got busy on you. It did for me. I wanted to make a change so I had more energy for my kids, so that the superbone foot didn't hurt anymore. And I'm feeling so much better. The pressure off my knees, and I've had 3 surgeries, so I needed that. And everything else in between has made me feel so much better over at Awaken 180 Weight Loss. 6 weeks, 30 pounds. That's what I did, and you can do as well. I did it with no medications, no extra working out, no calorie counting, just the help with the people over at the Awaken 180 at-home program. At home, meaning you don't have to leave your house in order to talk to Awaken 180. Make sure your summer is everything you want it to be and give them a call. 844-346-1800 or find out even more online at awaken180weightloss.com. That's awaken180weightloss.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Every day when we're on the road, people around us endanger themselves and others by looking at their phones while driving. There's the sneak-a-peeker who darts their eyes between the road and their texts, or the nightlighter who illuminates their car after dark. If that's you, reconsider before you find yourself becoming the fender bender-er, the got a ticket-er, or worst of all, the driver who killed someone. Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
The price of gold could surge in 2025. A large bank analyst is calling it the ultimate perceived safe haven asset. That's why thousands of hardworking Americans are getting help safeguarding their money and saving with precious metals like gold and silver. Call 855-838-GOLD to learn about the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco. They're going to give you a free gold and silver kit. Plus, you can also get up to a 10% instant match in bonus silver on qualified orders. Call Goldco at 855-838-GOLD. That's 855-838-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Do you think you're smarter than Bink when it comes to the draft? Well, come prove it on Thursday, April 24th, as we broadcast live from the Landing in Liberty starting at 6 o'clock. If you win our draft contest, you'll walk away with $965, plus an autographed Chiefs helmet. If you just want to come to hang out, that's cool too, because everyone from 96.5 The Fan will be there. The Fans Draft Party, Thursday, April 24th at the Landing in Liberty on your home for Chiefs to the football. only 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Look at the long shadows. Symbolic this moment of the journey it's taken to get here, for all this history.
The long journey is over. McElroy has his masterpiece.
And welcome into the show on a Monday morning. Fescoe, Dusty, Mac with you. There's only one thing left for Rory to do, and that was...
I gotta go get a green jacket.
How cool is that, right?
With all his Irish bros.
Yeah, that's awesome, man.
What a day. Have a day, Rory. Monday morning, April 14th. Tax day tomorrow. Get them done. Or get an extension. Whatever it is you do.
Yeah, Rory's going to have to pay on that $4.2 mil. Here's your check, Rory. Half comes to the government. Welcome to the United States.
Yeah.
What a great finish for the Masters yesterday, right?
What do we think of Nance's call?
I thought it was good.
Yeah?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. I really did. I thought it was really, really good. I didn't hear it in its full yesterday because we were outside and whatnot, but hearing it there, I think it's pretty good.
Look at the long shadows. Symbolic this moment of the journey it's taken to get here. For all this history.
The long journey is over. McElroy has his masterpiece.
Yeah, that's really good.
Just so much into that. Really good. Masters tournament, the final piece of his career, yada, yada, yada. You don't need me to explain any more than that. I thought that was a fantastic call.
I just like the way he goes from McElroy is standing over a ball. He looks and sees it. And he has it! Like, it was perfect. Really well done by Nance.
We thought it was
really
over.
Well done.
We thought it was over when it was 10 under at 15. And this
Underneath
happened.
one limb, rises and turns over.
I like Dottie
7
Pepper.
iron. 207.
She's no cling.
6 iron yesterday, set up an eagle. Is this enough? It is. Oh, here it comes. The shot of a lifetime.
That was the shot on 15 that, we thought he was going to make a putt. He didn't. Like, Sunday was nuts, man. And it was if you weren't locked in by the second 9, which I think we were talking about this before the show started, a lot of people had said, well, you don't really need to watch the Masters until the last 9 starts on Sunday. Fair. You could have been locked in from that point on to the rest of the tournament and been like, yeah, I got my fill. I watched for 2.5 hours and it was great. I got the playoff. I got the collapse. I got the comeback. I got this. You might have missed Bryson's fumbling the bag, but like you got what you wanted out of that tournament. And you could have been a golf geek like myself and watched Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But you could have just literally watched the back 9 on Sunday and had everything you needed in that tournament.
It really did. It gave you everything. That's what sports is about, right? Like that back 9 yesterday is truly what sports is all about and why we watch. I felt like everybody was watching yesterday, right? It felt like one of those events that as the day got longer, more and more people, I think, got to their television. At least that's the way it felt. I could be totally wrong. It was a beautiful day. I was sitting outside, right? I have no idea. So, it kind of felt like it had one of those type of moments where like people were calling their friends, hey, are you watching what's going on? Hey, are you watching what's going on? Hey, are you watching what's going on? And more people were running to the TV set to watch what was going on there. And I think for sports, though, that's kind of what it is. Like you had mentioned, like if you're a golf geek, you're there Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I feel like if you're a sports geek for any sport, you're there from the beginning to the end. But I think the majority of sports fans have other things going on. They think something's good, something's happening. People kind of matriculate, to steal a term, towards the television to watch what was going on. And I think if there would have been a blowout yesterday in the final round, right, like if Rory ran away with that thing from the beginning, obviously it wouldn't have had that at the end, but it had the ending that we all are going to talk about and all want to talk about. Like, that's how we want every sporting event to end. You want it to come down to the wire to give us something to watch at the end and where we can all walk away and go, wow, that was pretty wild, man. What an ending that was. And for Rory yesterday, man, you want to talk about fighting the emotions of sports, right? A lot of times you see athletes get too high, get too low, get too high, get too low. Rory was all over the place yesterday, but he kept it, man. He kept it in check. And I texted you after the first hole. I go, worst start, Chiefs in the Super Bowl or Rory? to which, in Dusty's defense, he texted back and he said, too early. Come on, man. It's only one hole in. And I kept thinking about that all day because you were right about that. You're like, yeah, it's only one hole in. But it was a disastrous start. And where he's been in his golf career, I thought he was going to collapse. I did. I thought he'd be that choke artist, right? I thought he'd collapse. I thought somebody else would beat him, whether it's Bryson DeChambeau or whoever the case may be. I mean, I thought it was going to be one of those guys that was going to beat Rory, but he kept his composure, and it was almost like the opening kickoff gets returned for a touchdown in the Super Bowl, and then you settle in, you go, all right, let's go balls to the wall and beat you guys 35-7. That's kind of how that event took place yesterday. It was a great spectacle of sports. There's no doubt.
Yeah, I think it's because I think in certain times in sports you have like the feel aspect of it. What I mean by that is like not everybody's, maybe a Rory fan. And I know that we were on this show a month ago being like, he's kind of turning into this heel. He's, taking people's phones and, he choked away the U.S. Open last year to Bryson DeChambeau because Rory couldn't make 2 putts inside 5 feet. Mm-hmm. And then, you get to the Masters and you're on one or two sides of the fence when it comes to Rory McIlroy. Like, I'm here to watch an epic collapse of choking again. Right. And it started off double bogey. You're like, dear God, here we go. And then Bryson chokes it, and Rory's back in the lead. And then all of a sudden, he's got a four-shot lead. And then all of a sudden, around the corner, Justin Rose is like, well, I'm not done yet.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, Rory misses another putt. And then Rory goes in the water out of nowhere where he'd had a couple lucky breaks where he drops the 8-iron. Everyone's like, is he hurt? Did he just not like the shot? But it came out perfect. And then he misses an eagle putt to take a 2-shot lead, makes a birdie, but it felt kind of catastrophic at the moment. And everybody's like, oh, my God, here we go. And then it's playoff time. And then it's over. And you see the raw emotions of an athlete who kind of in that moment, I think, humanized himself with a lot of people.
Sure.
Like whether that's something in life that you've accomplished, whether it be a long-term goal that you finally got, whether that's you walking down the aisle with your wife after 5 years of being together and finally tying the knot and you just see pure emotions take over. And that was something where I think a lot of people in sports and around the sport of golf were kind of like, this isn't just a win for Rory. This is a win for the tour because so many years, at least for the last 11 years, all they've talked about going into the Masters was, is this Rory's year? Is this the year Rory does it? We spent the entire week last week, starting on, I guess, Tuesday afternoon. I think Rory's the favorite. I know Scotty's up there. I know he's the guy that could go win his, third consecutive jacket or whatever, back-to-back 3 and 4 years. And then it was like, well, can Rory do it? It's like, well, Rory always chokes on Sunday. And the script was leading up to that, to where it was like, because there's a lot of people that still remember the Sharks collapse. Like
we always remember the big collapses in sports, right?
And I think when this happened towards the end, and I thought this was great what Shane Lowry said.
This means everything to him. It's all he thinks about. It's all he talks about, all he thinks about. Always said to me he'd retire a happy man if he won the green jacket. So I told Erica he can retire now. He's had a long 10 years, 11 years. He's had a lot of hurdles. He's had a lot of, moments to get back up from, and he's kind of a credit to him. And it's a sign or something for the rest of us to cling on to. That no matter what happens, no matter how bad you feel, you just need to keep going, keep working hard, and your day will come.
Yeah, good words, right?
And that's his best friend Shane Lowry, obviously Northern Irishman as well. But I think
Nick's kid.
Yeah. And I think actually he did go as Travis Kelce for Halloween. But I think one thing that's true about that is that you've seen Rory capture something that now his career is accomplished. And it doesn't always happen the way that it's happened for Tiger Woods, Michael Jordan, Wayne Gretzky. I'll put Patrick Mahomes in there. Patrick Mahomes could retire next year and
have one of the greatest resumes in the history of the sport.
Be a top 3, maybe top 4 quarterback of all time. Rory had to win the green jacket, right? Rory had won 4 majors, but it was this one. It made it a career grand slam. Thanks for the graphic for the reminder, and then immediately taken down.
Why did they take it down?
I don't know. It's just like instead of saying a putt for the win, it said a putt for the career grand slam. It's like, we're going to put that up there right now?
Like it kind of was.
I mean, it was, but like normally you don't see that.
It's bigger, it's bigger, right?
And they took it down, and like it was up for like a split second, and then of course the internet took it away. Like this was just diabolical because he ended up missing the putt. But it's
the one he missed.
Yeah,
the one he missed, putt for the win.
It was like for the career grand slam, and then he putted it, and they're like, don't put that back up.
That's great.
But it's
a little too much.
It's stuff like that I think in certain sports, like if you win 2. You've solidified yourself. Like Roethlisberger won 2, never had to do anything else. Eli won his second. It was like, yeah, you may not have respected Eli's game or been a big fan of Eli Manning. He won 2, it was over. Manning won 2, it was done. Rodgers, Breeze, they always hung on to the fact of like, can they win another one? If they're that good, they should be able to win 2. And then you have no questions about their career. You look at Dan Marino, for example. His first year, he goes out there, throws 5,000 yards, has one of the greatest quarterback years we've ever seen. But what do we always talk about? We talk about Dan Marino.
That was the peak for Dan Marino.
He never won the big one.
You got to be able to come back and win that big one, man. You have to be able to come back and do that. And I think yesterday for Rory was more like you don't have to be a golf fan to enjoy that yesterday. I think if you were a sports fan, you enjoyed that moment yesterday because that was one of the bigger moments that we've seen. And we're not sitting here replacing Tiger Woods or doing anything like that. But that was cool to see him win that Grand Slam and be in that category, to know that great golfer is out there. Like we're living in a time where we're witnessing a lot of greatness in sports, and it's a lot of fun. You're watching Ohtani, probably the greatest baseball player of all time. Patrick Mahomes, arguably the greatest football quarterback, of all time. You've watched LeBron James and Michael Jordan, the two greatest basketball players of all time. We just saw a gentleman set a record in the NHL for the most goals scored. Rory wins a career Grand Slam. Like, things are really good right now in sports. There's a lot to get excited about.
Yeah, and I think that's, something that also it pivots his career, because now he's done something that only 4 other golfers have done, and that's the career Grand Slam. And 3 of those names are Jack, Arnold, and Tiger, as well as Gary Player.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're there. I think there's 6 people maybe now that have done the career Grand Slam. One guy I didn't ever recognize from like 1930.
Yeah, way back when.
What was his name?
I can't remember. I'd have to look
it up. Yeah. I know. I'd like to know. But
I know it's Player, Palmer, Nicholas, Woods, Rory, and then there's another guy. Maybe it's I don't know.
Is it Woods Russell or something like that?
Woods Richardson?
Woods Richardson?
Nah,
Is
he's
that
still
who
worried
it
about Kyle Isbell.
Gene Sarazen?
Oh, Gene Sarazen. Oh, I've heard
Ben
Gene
Hogan?
Sarazen, Ben Hogan, of
Ben
course.
Hogan,
Huge
okay,
names,
yeah. So, way
Huge
off on
names
that
in
one,
golf,
Dusty.
yeah.
Good job. Still captivated over the weekend, but it completed his career Grand Slam.
And now McElroy's up there with those guys, man.
He's now forever enshrined in the Masters cabin. He'll be that guy for the rest. And we talked about who are going to be the next people that tee off before the tournament when all these other guys have long gone. Rory, Tiger, Scheffler. Maybe somebody else will be the honorary tee guys now, because now Rory is in that club. He's now done that. His career now takes off in a different angle. And now who knows? Maybe that opens up a can of worms and we see Rory go on this epic run. Or,
he wins all Grand Slams this year. How cool would
that'd
be,
be
right?
nuts.
That'd be awesome.
And he will be the favorite to win the U.S. Open, I can promise you.
Has to be the favorite
guaranteed.
to win the U.S. Open. Has to be the favorite for everything going forward now, man. You set the tone at the beginning of the year, and you kind of mentioned it the other day. It's like having your Super Bowl as the first game of the year. NASCAR does that as well. You kind of set that tone for the biggest event. People get excited. Now he's the guy, and everybody's chasing Rory for the rest of the year.
And if you can't find him, he's doing something right now that he probably should be doing.
I gotta go get a green jacket.
You think he went to bed yet?
I hope he had sex with just the jacket on and nothing else.
Does he get to stay in that cabin now anytime he wants? Like, is there a special number he calls and they just have the room reserved? He can get in there anytime he wants now?
Yeah, it's called 2025 member.
That's right. Gold card.
Yeah. Coming up on the other side, those boys in blue go take on those evil Empire in the pinstripes, and you got a hell of a series coming up. We'll dive into that, plus what Cole Reagans means for the future of this team on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens, and let's talk about something that maybe you're afraid or you've been putting off to talk about, and that is low testosterone, because it can cause a host of problems, from fatigue, brain fog, low sex drive, bad workouts. Well, wait no longer and go see my friends at Heartland Men's Health, who are experts at treating low testosterone. You can go to their website at heartlandmenshealth.com, take a low T quiz on their website. It's simple. 10 questions, yes or no answers, and it takes 2 minutes. Schedule a consult with Heartland Men's Health. They will do your lab work and have your results within 30 minutes. A licensed medical provider will review your results with you and discuss your options, and you will make the decision together with their medical team. Cost of the appointment is only $99, which includes medical consult, T and PSA test. If you sign up for the testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. So say goodbye to the fatigue. Say goodbye to the low sex drive, the brain fog. Say goodbye to all of it and go see my friends at Heartland Men's Health, who are successfully treating men in the Kansas City area. Most men wait a year or longer, and there is no need to wait. So they have 3 locations to serve you. They have one in Overland Park, Kansas, Independence, Missouri, between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and their new office in North Kansas City. Call them today, 844-447-6600, or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
Booth Creek Wagyu, KC's premier Wagyu beef meat market, has even more convenient ways for you to shop. In addition to their location at 135th and Metcalf, they're now open at 95th and Knoll. Baseball is back, Time to get your game day grill going. Whether you're looking to wow your family with a meal at the ballpark or sear the best steak ever while listening to the game on the deck, Booth Creek Wagyu experts are ready to help you pick out something unforgettable. Booth Creek Wagyu, now with 2 locations, open 7 days a week or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
Honey, it's me, your wife. Sorry to bother you, but this house is a mess. The windows are drafty, the vinyl siding has cracks and holes in it, and the kids just fell through the deck. We need Powell Exteriors KC now. They install James Hardie siding, Provia windows, Renaissance patio products, beautiful decks, roofing, and more, all at 0% interest for 18 months. Go to powellkc.com and see for yourself. Powell Exteriors KC. The best decision you've made since you married me.
Hey, it's Dusty Likens, and remember, I've got those friends at GiveMeTheVin.com, and GiveMeTheVin.com is already the best place to sell your car, and now it's even better with the GiveMeTheVin.com's big cash giveaway. Give Me The VIN is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. There are 2 ways to win. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. GiveMeTheVin.com wants to buy your car, whether it's your daily driver, pickup truck, SUV, minivan, supercar, or exotic. So say goodbye to dealing with dealerships and private sale tire kickers and get a true buy offer for your car. GiveMeTheVin.com puts your car right on the money, providing you with hassle-free online options to sell your car for more. It's as simple as going to GiveMeTheVin.com and entering your car's VIN number or license plate number. You'll get an offer on your car in minutes that is always well above any dealer quote and is guaranteed to beat a CarMax offer, or they'll send you a check for $100. You can go to one of their pickup locations or they'll come to you. It's easy and it's fast. GiveMeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer, and it's so easy you can do it in your underwear. If you don't believe me, just listen to this.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Buying a new car might make you say things like,
I can't believe it.
Seriously, it's ours? Is this real life?
Move it.
Yeah, it's real life, all right.
but what you really need to say is something that can protect your new ride.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Yep, we're here to help you choose the coverage you need. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
What's up, baseball fans? Go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Enjoy top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. From the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Download the BetMGM app and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. For New York, 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Arizona, 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. Subject to eligibility requirements. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel. Major League Baseball trademarks. Used with permission.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Northland 435 northbound shut down at Parvin with a forced exit. Things are very slow coming up from 210. You can re-enter the freeway past 48th Street, but getting through that intersection is its own long process with about a half mile of stacked up traffic approaching. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
0-2. Swing and a ball pretty well hit. Deep left center field. Quan back to the warning track looking up, and it's out of here. It's a 2-run homer. Salvi ties the game with a home run to left center over the high wall here at Progressive Field, and the Royals have tied it 2-2. That's number 2 on the year for Salvador Perez. Boy, did the Royals need that.
No doubt, Steve.
Well done, Steve Stu.
Yeah, way to go, Stu.
It's like he's been there before.
Yeah. Boy, oh boy, did we need that. You talking about a slump buster, right?
That's a way back. That's on the track, and the Royals. Steve Stewart. Boy, did the Royals need that. I'll tell you what the Royals also needed and got.
Here comes the 2-2 pitch to Schneemann. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Reagan's got him with a changeup. His 10th strikeout of the afternoon. And Cole Reagans has struck out at least 10 batters in now 3 consecutive starts. Just the second pitcher in Royals history to do so. He joins Kevin Apier, who did it in 1996. And Reagans is not done yet.
Well, he is.
Yep, it's over. Spaceman Bob going for 3 straight 10-plus strikeouts. Reagan's is just dialed in right now, too. We can start with him. We can start with the Salvi home run. We can start with the series that stunk in Cleveland, and now you're done with that. You don't have to worry about it anymore because you're on to New York. But I think the Salvi home run, and I texted you guys this, I always keep moments, right, over the course of a long baseball season because, well, there's 162 games. Not every one of them means something, right? And which is why, how do we get more things like the Masters final day, right? We talk about it all the time in sports. Give us something like the Masters gave us yesterday. People will find their way to the television, right? Tuesday in May, people are not finding their way to the television, right? So Salvi hits that big home run yesterday, keeping in my mind the moments, like certain things that help during the course of the season. When you have a good, successful season in sports, there's moments along the way you go back and you look and you go, oh, yeah, that's right. That was a big moment because Salvi's home run, I'm writing down in kind of that maybe a big moment category because, look, let's be honest here. This team has been struggling all season long for runs, right? We know that the offense is challenged right now. Everybody, other than maybe Bobby Witt Jr., for the most part, is challenged in this. Well, Kyle Isbell's hitting the ball pretty well. He's up around 300, too.
And Michael.
And Garcia, right. So there's a couple of guys that are, but I mean, we're really stretching to find out who's hitting the ball well, right? So Salvi hits that home run yesterday. They're down 2-0 at that point in time. Usually a 2-0 lead kind of felt a little unsurmountable so far this season because a lot of runs weren't being put up. And then Salvi hits that home run and ties it at 2. And I thought, boy, this could be a pretty big home run, for the future. Like if they win this game and then go on a little bit of a run and maybe take 2 out of 3 from New York or whatever the case may be, right? Maybe kind of unlocks it a little bit. So I always write these things down. Maybe it becomes something big. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's just his second home run of the season and it doesn't mean anything. But if this team can pick up a little bit of steam now and maybe that unlocks them a little bit, we can go back and say, hey, that Salvi home run on that Sunday in Cleveland was pretty big. It unlocked the Royals from an offensive standpoint for a while because, boy, man, we need some unlocking when it comes to this offense right now.
Yeah, it's struggling because it's, I feel like we did this last year too. It seems like we're just in Groundhog's Day because you have a top, 3 pitching staff in baseball right now. You have one of the best overall team ERAs. Your bullpen clearly seems like it's figured out. Like, what your bread and butter is in your bullpen. You have your 7, 8, 9 guys. I know that Hunter Harvey got, hurt again.
Right now it's just E. Instead of he.
Yeah, we lost he, so now it's just E. But, yeah, maybe, because we always talk about that. Like, what does this team need? It needs a spark, right? Like, you can't start a fire unless you have a spark in the middle of the dark. And, Salvador Perez, maybe that was it. I thought maybe we would see something with that Clase A guy just who completely lost it. Like, when they're like, doing the game and the pregame show, and they're like, HUD's like, oh, they showed a lot of fight with that Clase A guy who's one of the best to do it. It's like, maybe he was one of the best, but he's clearly not.
He's not anymore.
He's lost something. So I kind of like being a snobby Royals fan that's kind of, in this ball of hate, seeing this lackluster of an offense. Like, maybe that is something. That was what you needed. You needed your ace to go out there and deal, and you needed somebody like Bobby, your captain, to step up and take care of business. And that's exactly what they did. Isbell would follow suit and have 3 hits. Michael Garcia would follow suit and have 3 hits. I thought he looked fantastic in the leadoff role. I know that's not his spot because India was getting the day. But again, maybe Michael Garcia is your 5th slot hitter. I know a lot of people like him at the bottom of the order as like the table setter down there, and then India and Bobby all follow suit. Vinny with a home run over the weekend as well. Started to see him hit the ball a little bit better, but you're right. I mean, this offense there's no secret. This offense is struggling bad. There's obvious answers of like we could go into and just beat a dead horse. We could combine Hunter Renfroe and Melendez's stats, but that's just going to get you more and more in that hatred mood.
Yeah,
and you don't need to do that because you know what it is. Like eventually the Royals will do their job and they'll realize something's not worth it anymore, and they'll move on from one of those guys, if not both of those guys.
Yeah, and we've got to get to that point, right? Like there's a guy out there that is available that anybody could go get right now, but he's not a fit here in Kansas City. I was talking to some folks about it over the weekend. It's JD Martinez, right? I saw his name kind of pop a little bit, but for whatever reason, they just don't feel like he's a fit here right now in KC. You got kind of a clog at the DH and all that kind of stuff. You still need to go out there and find that outfielder. And I was reading something on Twitter the other day, and I don't remember who it was, but it was somebody saying, all right, now I'm starting to scout all the teams that aren't very good and look at their outfield. And it wasn't even Royals related. It was just kind of like baseball related, because I think everybody's looking for offense right now in Major League Baseball. And that's where we usually are at this time of the year, right? You're in April. It's always the pitching is ahead of the hitting. The hitting will finally come back, blah, 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 right? We hear that every single year. But you got to start hitting the baseball. You got to start scoring those runs. And you have an opportunity this week now at Yankee Stadium, right? 3 games in New York in a smaller ballpark that, maybe you can get a little bit healthy there. Vinny can use that stroke and put a couple over the fence and take advantage of the 314 and whatnot, and go out there and, maybe get a little bit healthier when it comes to an offensive standpoint for this team, because everything else is working right now. The pitching staff, Bubic, I thought was really good up until his outing over the weekend. But the pitching staff for the most part has been great for this ball club. And so you're just kind of biding time right now is what the Royals are doing, letting the pitching staff go out there, keep them in the games, give them an opportunity to win, and just kind of wait for these bats to wake up a little bit. And hopefully sooner rather than later, as the calendar starts to get a little bit warmer, as you were talking about the 80s later this week, hopefully now that the weather is breaking and it's warming up, now the bats will start warming up a little bit too.
Yeah, because you got to give your pitching some sort of any sort of help. Yesterday the number was 4,
right?
And it worked. The Royals are tied for 25th in baseball with runs scored at 3.3. They're 22nd in baseball with hits at 7.1 per game. 21st when it comes to team average at 219, and 24th in on-base percentage at 286. Slugging, you can keep going down, and it just gets worse. 28th in slugging percentage, 27th in OPS, 29th in home runs. But then you look at pitching, they're 4th in ERA, they're 10th in WHIP, they're 7th in homers allowed, they're 12th in Ks per 9 with 8.6. It's been really nice to see Bubic and Reagan's really help with that.
Sure, absolutely.
But it just seems like they're that NFL team to me that has a really good defense, and they're relevant. They have a winning record. I know the Royals are 8-8, they're 500, but they're like that Pittsburgh Steelers.
I was just going to
team.
say the Steelers, the same team. Yeah.
It's like top 5 in points allowed, top 5 in sacks, top 5 in yards allowed, offense, 28th, total yards, 27th. And it's just like, where can we find that spark of an offense? Now for Pittsburgh, it was the quarterback. Luckily for the Royals, you have your quarterback. You just need some damn support. And nobody's really been that yet. Sal hadn't been that really. Vinny Pasquantino hasn't been that because, yes, like I said, we could go on and on and on about how Renfroe and Melendez don't hit the ball. But also, you need your stars to be stars and to have that top of the lineup get through, because it looks like if the pitching staff gets 4 runs, more often than not, they're probably going to win that game.
Yeah.
Now, I understand how baseball works, and sometimes 4 ain't enough, and sometimes you need 6. But again, you're not always going to need that, because if you can lean on your pitching staff like you've done and take a 4-run lead or a 2-run lead into the 7th inning, you feel very comfortable. Whereas it's the complete opposite. If you're down by 2 in the 3rd inning, you're like, well, now we somehow got to fight and get 3 runs when we barely can get 3.3 because we're 25th in the league in scoring.
I mean, when they went down 2-0, I'm not going to lie, it went on the secondary TV and golf went on the main TV because of what was going on during the Masters. And as the Royals kind of got back into it and Salvi hit the home run, he kind of flipped them around a little bit. You're like, all right, they got themselves back into that game. I thought coming back from a 2-0 deficit was big yesterday, because so far this season they've shown that if they're down 2-0, probably not going to have that opportunity, to win that game. But I mean, I'm sure the bats are going to, get hotter matter as we move along. We know what Salvador Perez is. He is the back of his baseball card. He's got a big enough track record to know that he's going to be just fine. Vinny will be eventually just fine, when he gets his, kind of game moving in the right direction. But it's not like one person struggling or it's just one guy that we can blame. It's everybody right now in this lineup. And so that's not a good thing, obviously, but it's not the end of the world because everybody is kind of going through this right now. And I think once they get that first kind of spark, and hopefully that was Salvi's home run yesterday, it kind of breaks them out of that shell and they're able to kind of move forward and do some good things from an offensive standpoint.
And today, you start a series against the Yankees, who couldn't be the more opposite of what you are. The Yankees are absolutely mashing the ball because, of course, they are.
Right.
Second in runs scored, fifth in average, fifth in OPS, number one in slugging, number one in OPS, number 3 in home runs. But then you go look at their pitching staff, 25th in ERA, right? 18th in WHIP, and 20th in home runs. They give up a ton of home runs because they also pitch in that ballpark. But the way the Yankees do it is the way that the Chiefs did it back in 2018. They're going to go put up 49 and hope that you don't score 50.
Yes,
and that's what
right.
they're going to do.
Yep.
And now you have a chance, oddly enough to say it out loud, to where it's like if you can hold on to your pitching and quiet these Yankees bats just enough, and you can go up against a guy like Carrasco who's got a 7 ERA, and you're throwing out Seth Lugo out there who can keep things kind of, steady and slow, then maybe you can go out there and, yeah, the Yankees might score 4 runs. But if you can get 6, you can win that game. Because I think if you can go out there and hold the Yankees to an average of 4.5 to 5 runs in this series, you should win 2 out of 3. Now, if you wanted to go 500, you kind of do have to win 2 out of 3 because then you got a big 4-game division series against your big number 1 rival in your division, the number 1 team, the Tigers. But you can't get there before you play the 3 in New York. But it should be an interesting 3 against the Yankees. It's always fun to watch that game. It's in the Bronx. Should be interesting. Lugo, Carrasco, Royals are the underdog tonight. Not by much, though. But again, you're playing your complete opposite. You're playing a team that can't pitch, but a team that hits the absolute cover off the ball versus a team that can pitch that can't hit themselves out of a wet paper sack.
Well, let's see
now.
if October, turns into April a little bit. And, in October, good pitching beats good hitting every single day. If that's the case in baseball, let's go. Let's see good pitching beat good hitting every single day. And the Royals should have a little bit of an advantage in this series. When you have the pitching advantage, you have the advantage in that series.
There is a bat somewhere, though. By the way, if you missed it yesterday,
delivers. Caglione gives it a right out to left. Continuing to carry at the track, at the wall. It's out of here. Jack Caglione, 110 off the bat. A screamer for 3 runs to put the Naturals back on top by 6. It's their 3rd big fly of the affair.
Of the affair? Somebody's cheating on their wife? What the heck?
Well, that's a big home run right there. Make it 9-3. Jack does it again. His 3rd home run. He leads the team so far this season. And
I think we're on to AAA. I think we've seen enough in AA.
I like the color analyst. That's a big home run right there.
He's like, boy, I'm getting bored of this stuff already.
I don't even know how to analyze that.
I don't even know what to say anymore other than that was a big home run right there.
Yeah, it might be time to move him up to AAA.
I also like how they play the Natural theme song at the Naturals game. That's pretty cool.
That was
I like
cool.
that. I like that in the background a little
Good
bit.
touch.
So, yeah.
They got their own Roy Hobbs out there doing everything.
They definitely do, yeah.
Torpedo bat or a bat that was struck by lightning. I don't care.
Who's going to go to the games in Arkansas once Cags gets called up, right? Got to make sure everybody's going to the games for a little bit before you ship him up to Omaha and get the crowds flocking to Omaha to see Jack Caglione play.
All right, it is 6:30. It's time for an overreaction on a Monday. Mac, take it away with your round ball classic takes.
Okay, I'll start here. Overreaction. NBA missed the mark big time. This was an open weekend.
Not again.
This happens every day.
This was exactly no surprise, right? But the NBA is very rarely given a golden opportunity. This weekend was one. Saturday, what was there on sports? There's week game
Masters.
15 baseball, and then there was some Masters on Saturday, but it's not Sunday. You can own Saturday, and then there was some UFC. You had Saturday wide open. What is there? Not one game? What? You have nothing.
I didn't realize there wasn't any
Not
games.
one NBA game on Saturday. I get done watching the Masters on Sunday. Ooh, let's see if this Clippers-Nuggets game is on. Oh, I know Lakers-Rockets is going to play. Oh, wait. All the NBA games are done for the day at 6:30. Are you kidding me? The Masters gets done at 6, and you have nothing NBA? Your last game of the season, the Western Conference is 1 game in between, 2 through 8. This is an amazing playoff run, and the NBA is just nowhere to be found on the weekend for me. And now, yes, I could have gotten my second TV out. I could have gotten my second TV out and watched the Masters, but I shouldn't have to do that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not doing that. I'm locked in on history for Rory and the Masters, and then 6:30 comes around. I've got 3 or 4 hours to dedicate to you. Saturday, I'm sitting here, NBA. Where are you? And I know you knew this 2 months ago when the Masters was. Change your schedule. I don't give a rip that you do this every season. Change it.
Did they play yesterday?
That's what I just said. Yeah, they played yesterday. They were done by 5.
Oh, you said Saturday.
Saturday, there was nothing. And then Sunday, they're done by 5.
Because that was the last game of the season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
then,
people want to get. They got to get to Cabo.
Yeah, the biggest.
Exactly.
The players don't want to play.
I'm just like
the biggest
NBA,
NBA
man.
news this weekend was the graphic of the playoff picture.
That's it. And I'm excited. Don't get me wrong. Tuesday play-in, I'm pumped. But, like,
maybe they punted because they knew they would lose because they've lost for the last 10 years in this.
Yeah, I mean, why would you try to go head-to-head, with the Masters, and then Sunday
on a
night
Saturday,
baseball.
though, on a Saturday, like, that's
bad TV night. I do agree it is a bad TV night for a lot of folks. I mean, people are out doing their
2
thing.
2 p.m. game. You can't give me an afternooner?
I mean, I don't know.
They just struggle with marketing, man.
Yeah, it just felt like they missed the mark again.
Yeah,
and I'm sitting here diehard. I'm like, all right, I'm going to watch the Masters. Sorry, I'm not going to get my second TV out for you.
It's like the jaw celebration covering your ears, but no grenade. There's just silence. There's just nothing.
Silence, man.
It'll ramp up for you, though. I
No,
promise.
I'm excited. I just was like, damn it, man. Adam Silver again.
Yep, you got to love it. He looks like he was created in a lab. My overreaction is Rory is the face of golf that it needed. We ask ourselves all the time, like, well, what about Scotty Scheffler? He's not entertaining. What Rory did yesterday captivated an entire audience plus some. It took people that are, golf's golf, like whatever. Now, Rory's given himself and golf at least something to be surprised about in the U.S. Open. You already know what the U.S. Open is. It's around Father's Day weekend. It's the weekend of Father's Day. A lot of guys that are into golf will watch it with their dads or their stepdads or whoever. But now it's going to be like, can he do it again? And he's got some excitement.
The pressure's on now, yeah.
But the pressure's more so on the sport, more so than it is on the individual. Like now it's like, will Rory make the cut? Will we have another chance? Will he go through this dominant stretch again where it's like, he's the number one player in the world, and he locks me into golf because I know him, I've known of him, and he was the prodigy. He's now completed the career Grand Slam. I get sports can go quickly. That door shuts after the end of today. Everyone will talk about the Masters today, and then they'll go quiet into the night with golf. Nobody will play in a tournament on this weekend because everybody takes the weekend off.
What is the tournament this weekend?
Good luck. Couldn't tell you. But there's
That
one.
would suck to be that tournament after the Masters. No, you ain't getting nobody.
No one's coming. No one cares.
And that's the face. Like, that's your guy. He's entertaining. He's lovable. He's hateable. He's everything. And now on the biggest stage, he's excelled himself even more from hitting a chip shot on an Irish show into a washer to now winning a green jacket and captivating an audience over a weekend. That's what the Masters can do for you. We talked about Hideki Matsuyama when he won it and all the endorsements he got overnight. He became a face of golf for that country for at least 2 years. Now Rory has Ireland. He has the Ryder Cup that comes out this year. He's going to be a big part of that because he's the Masters winner, and he's also got the PGA Tour because he's not a live guy. He's a guy from the tour who's won it, and he's not boring. Scotty Scheffler, I love him. I love his game, but he's boring. Rory McIlroy over the weekend became the face of golf that it so dearly needed.
Who's the guy that hit the person in the nuts with their club?
Jordan Spieth.
Jordan Spieth. He's very entertaining.
He's entertaining.
And see, that's what I was saying. Like, he was
boy.
the guy that we wanted
Yeah.
that kind of came in that Tiger lull because he blew the Masters competition away when he won it. He's entertaining. He's emotional, and then he did that little tap.
Oh man, that little nut tap! I saw that guy bend over like, and you've all been flicked, right?
Oh yeah,
you've all been flicked, right? Your buddies, right?
You want to puke?
You walk up to the bar and you flick your buddy, or you get oh man, we all know what that's like, right? That is not an overreaction. I think my overreaction this week is to Major League Baseball and to everybody worried about the offense because offense is down all over Major League Baseball. There aren't even 40 guys hitting above 300 right now in Major League Baseball. Do you know only 10 guys finished above 300 for the season last year in Major League Baseball? 9 of the teams combined are hitting above 250 as a team right now in Major League Baseball. And so I think a lot of the overreaction is because we're so used to offense in basketball. We're so used to offense in football. We're so used to offense that we just expect offense to be around all the time in all of these sports. And so I think right now, we are all having an overreaction, not just to the offense of the Royals, but to the offense of baseball. Let's see if all of this kind of swings back and the pendulum comes back a little bit and see where we are. Or maybe we're just in an era now where offense will never be where it used to be, where we're used to seeing a lot of runs scored because the style of the game is just different. It's all about the walk, the strikeout, and the home run, and having a launch angle on your balls, right? And that's kind of where it is right now. I mean, that's all anybody wants to talk about, right? Oh, look at the launch angle on his balls out there. Huge launch angle. Look at the speed off the bat. Oh, look at the hard hit rate, blah, blah, blah. Like, we don't focus on the right things when it comes to offense in baseball. And I think offense may be just kind of where it needs to be based on what's going on in the game right now. So I think we're all overreacting to the offense because we want to see it more. But I think the offense is going exactly on par with the way that baseball is going right now.
We'll see what happens. I know that the Royals need a spark. Hell, they need a bonfire if they want to keep this sophomore album going. They will continue their night or their streak today of 10 in a row. They will play the Yankees in the Bronx. And you can hear that game tonight here on 96.5 The Fan. But coming up on the other side, it is the end of the 6 o'clock hour on a Monday, which means it is the beginning of what was a weird internet weekend. It's probably going to involve a plane, toes, feet, regurgitation. I don't know how to tease it much more than that here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Hey, it's Matt Quattrero, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
I'll tell you what, my friends at Hy-Vee got it going on today. First of all, I'll tell you about Hy-Vee yesterday. We went to Hy-Vee yesterday and had breakfast, and it was phenomenal. Omelet with veggies on top. My wife had the avocado toast. You can even get the peanut butter bacon cheeseburger if you want to do that during lunchtime at Hy-Vee. They start serving at 6 a.m., so they're open right now for breakfast. They serve till about 11 o'clock during the week, 2 o'clock on the weekends. You can get in there and get your biscuits and gravy. You can get your pancakes. You can get your eggs. You can get your omelets, all kinds of great stuff at Hy-Vee. And I'm telling you what, you need to get into Hy-Vee today. There's a ton of them all over the area to go to because you're going to save money on gas. Today only, earn a 40-cent per gallon fuel discount with every $60 you spend on groceries. And I love that Hy-Vee's always trying to save us money. They're reducing prices all over the store to help everybody right now, and they're helping you save on gas. So go spend $60 at the store today at Hy-Vee, and you'll get 40 cents off per gallon with every $60 you spend. So spend $120, get 80 cents off per gallon. I love seeing the price at the pump roll backwards. So stock up for the Easter holiday today and stack up on all of those fuel savings only at Hy-Vee.
Man, are you over 40 and struggling with low energy, not feeling like yourself? Low T Center's testosterone replacement therapy is the solution. Get started today by visiting one of our conveniently located clinics. Meet a medical provider and get back to feeling your best. This April only, the consultation is free. Treatment is tailor-made just for you and is covered by most major insurance. Get treated at our centers or from home. Why wait? Book your appointment now at lowtcenter.com. That's lowtcenter.com.
BetMGM is making your next golf tournament winner bets more exciting with Second Chance. What's Second Chance? Ever bet on your favorite golfer to win a tournament only to see them miss the green? Well, with BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you'll get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner bet finishes in second instead. That's right. Simply bet on any player to win a scheduled golf tournament during a promotional week. If you're right, you win. But if your pick finishes in second instead of first, you get your stake back in cash. Watch your favorite players go for the win all season long and bet knowing you'll get your stake back if they finish second. Log in today and make your picks with confidence with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Kansas only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Hey there, Royals fans. It's Royals Hall of Famer Mike Sweeney. Have you or your kids experienced a high school coach who wants to make our Kansas City community a better place to live, work, and play? The Royals and the See You in the Major Leagues Foundation, together with Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City, are shining a spotlight on 6 impactful coaches in the KC metro area. Nominate a high school coach today at Royals.com tellitire.com/coaches with Carrie.
Our biggest deal is back. The tires at cost sale at Telly Tire and Auto Centers. You pay what we pay. No gimmicks, no catch. All in-stock tires from Telly's huge inventory at cost. Plus mounting and balancing by certified tire technicians for only $27.95. The top brands, the lowest possible prices, with a 30-day ride guarantee and lifetime tire protection. There's never been a better time to replace your worn-out tires. These unbeatable savings won't last long. Hurry and reserve your tires today. Take care of your car. Take advantage of our sale. Take it to Telly. Additional charges apply for junk tire disposal and road hazard warranty.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
What's up, baseball fans? Go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Enjoy top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. From the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Download the BetMGM app and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. For New York, 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Arizona, 1-800-NEXT-STEP. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. Subject to eligibility requirements. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel. Major League Baseball trademarks. Used with permission.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, aka only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at Shanco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Results every week and then receive free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey guys, it's Cody Tapp, and I'm down 30 pounds in 6 weeks thanks to Awaken 180 Weight Loss. And now I get free support for life. Make the same great decision I did and give them a call, 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Northland 435 northbound shut down at Parvin with a forced exit. Things are very heavy coming up from before 210, and you can re-enter the freeway past 48th Street, but getting to that is its own headache with long delays on the service road. You should avoid this and seek an alternate route. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Don't forget, we're almost a week away. That's right. It happens fast. The Fans Draft Party, Thursday, April 24th, at the Landing in Liberty. Shout out to Rob Maloney. Starting at 6 p.m. Bink and Unacero will be broadcasting live during the first round. Draft contest is back with a chance to win $965 plus an autographed Juwan Taylor helmet as the prize. Go ahead, text line. Let's see the jokes. 1 point for every player drafted in the first round. 3 points if you get right player on right team. Your sheet must be turned into Steven Inspector by the time the first pick is on the clock. and the entire fan staff will be in attendance. Of course, us three will have our own little table just chowing down chicken fingers, pretzels, whatever else we can get our hands on.
Yeah, the interesting thing is the Ben Maller chicken tenders this past weekend were had by a friend of ours, Bree Osh. People are still raving about them. You have them on a Saturday, and you're still raving about them on a Monday. That's how good they are. The Big Pretzel, Bob's Big Pretzel, will be there as well. $9.65 is the special on the draft night at the Landing. And next week, we're having the Fescoe garage sale to raise money for the BMA Foundation. We got a great donation yesterday for the garage sale. I'm going to tell you, you're going to be so excited about this. Are you ready for it?
Yes.
It's a Maloney's T-shirt autographed by Rob Maloney.
Let's go.
I'm going to pay for that.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're going to be battling.
That is a one-of-a-kind item as well.
Literally.
We're also talking about finding the Fescoe and Dusty dancers to join the show as well. So, yeah, we're going to have that going for us, which is nice. So next Monday, we're going to do an auction. My wife is dancing for the BMA Foundation, bmafoundation.org. You can go vote, buy a table, all of that kind of stuff coming up the middle of June. And we're going to do a quick fundraiser on Monday. We're going to auction off some stuff we found around the house. And Rob Maloney's like, I'm going to donate a Maloney's Sports Bar T-shirt, and I will autograph it. I'm like, that is huge.
The
That
first,
is huge.
the first, the only, and the last.
That's exactly right.
Maloney
Yeah.
shirt.
Exactly.
And don't feel bad, because I will talk to a lot of you. I will be not what Rory was to Bryson.
Speak to him in there. How's he doing? Did you speak to him in there? How's he doing? Do you know?
No idea. Didn't talk to me once all day.
All right.
That's a shame.
He wouldn't talk to me.
Yeah, well.
Why would you ask him like that question? Like, how's Rory doing in there? I don't know. Go ask Rory. He's probably pretty good.
No,
He
I
just won that green
understand.
jacket.
I understand the question, because you're paired with a guy. It's a long day in the course. It's 4.5 hours. Was there ever a moment where you're like, Rory, go get it? Or were you ever like, hey, how you feeling? All that sort of stuff. It's not that these guys don't like each other. It's not they don't respect each other. The way that tournament started, whether that's you or I'm not talking to you. I've got one goal in mind, and that's to win this tournament. I have no other care in the world. I'll kick back with you after the tournament's over. I'll talk to you after it's done and settled. But right now, buddy, I'm focused on this. And that's just the way it is. You email me during the show, probably not going to email you back. It doesn't mean that I don't like you, but 10:01, sounds good, reply. Sounds great, reply. Somebody might hit reply all. Who knows? But that's just part of that weird weekend where people took that clip and were like, Rory's just a bag. He didn't talk to Bryson. Like, come on.
I don't think that's a bag move at all. I mean, people get mad in sports when the other teams fraternize with each other. They get mad when they don't. Vinny
talks to those guys at first way too much.
Exactly. So, no matter what these folks do, people are going to complain about it because people just, whatever it is, they want to take the opposite approach and find a reason to be mad about something. If you want to be bad about something, be mad about if you were on these flights that took place this past weekend, right? This weird internet weekend. I don't know if anything is worse at their job than the airline industry. Passengers were on 2 flights from Mexico, had to land in Birmingham, Alabama instead of Atlanta, Georgia. You don't think that's a big deal, right? They were circling. The airport was closed. It was storms, all this nonsense. They were running out of gas. So they land in Birmingham, Alabama, which is not that far from Alabama or from Atlanta, up and down type of flight, no big deal. The problem is it was an international flight. This airport does not have customs. So all these people had to stay on the plane for 20 hours until they were able to find people for customs to get in. Delta did give them a sandwich and a bottle of water and is now offering a full refund for these flights.
Sandwich.
I mean, that's when you need Terry Bradshaw on the plane.
I
Literally,
know.
Come knock the door down, Terry. Let's get out of here.
So the law says if you land at an airport where there are no customs, you're literally stuck on the airplane. So these people are on a plane, 150 of them, from Cabo to Atlanta. Now they're stuck in Montgomery or Birmingham, Alabama, with no customs, can't get off the plane. And, oh, by the way, probably didn't cater the flight all that well because it wasn't going to be a long flight anyway to Atlanta.
So they're coming back from vacation.
Yeah.
So you're already in that hateful mood.
Yeah, you're back. And
I want my bed. I want my house.
Right.
I want a cheeseburger.
Right, exactly. I just want some lettuce at this point in time.
Just
Give me
wait
anything.
for 20 hours and it's yours.
Yeah.
Here's a cheese sandwich. Was Billy McFarland on the captain of that plane?
Yeah, we had to walk out onto the tarmac. It was freezing. It was dark. There were hundreds of us just standing out there. Yes. There were even police guarding the bathrooms once the passengers were allowed to be in a confined area.
Yeah, I'm good. Reason 195 why I do not like to fly.
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable, right? You want to go anywhere, you got to give your money to this airline industry, and there's 50-50 whether you get there or not.
What's the maximum hours of driving that you'll go? Like if it's, let's say it's 7 hours, would you drive that?
Yeah, probably.
For sure.
Yeah.
8 hours.
Yeah, I think Denver, like 10 hours is kind of that max. Like out to Colorado, 10 hours, somewhere in that kind of range.
Is your strategy to leave like early in the morning, like 2 a.m., 3 a.m.?
There's like 5 or 6 a.m. for me, but
so there's been times where you're driving into work. You go, what if I just took a left and went down I-70? Like where would I end up? At that point in time. I would love to leave it. Like my wife used to try to do it like back in the day. We never did. But when the kids were little, she goes, "We'll put them in the car at midnight and just drive." I'm like, then I got to sit here and drive.
My
all
parents
night.
did that when we were kids. Yep. And so we
we
slept the whole way.
We go to Myrtle Beach. We'd leave at 3 o'clock in the morning. We'd be through the state by 6 a.m. Because we leave like on a Friday or like a Thursday, not a Friday. We'd leave like on a Wednesday morning. So there's still rush hour traffic. But we'd leave at 3 in the morning, sit in the van seats, crank them back.
Yeah.
7 a.m., you wake up to the sun. You're like, oh, where are we at? Like,
Illinois.
Damn near, yeah, like literally.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'd always drive. But I just didn't know because I'm going to go to the Gulf Shores in July, and I'm contemplating on whether I should fly or drive, but it's 13 hours.
Fly.
Yeah, I definitely going to.
Yeah,
Got to fly into
get there the
Pensacola.
week after.
Yeah, I got to fly into Pensacola, and then I have to take like a shuttle an hour away to my place. And that's just the way it works.
Yeah,
But
that's the airport,
worth
right?
it.
Yeah, it's worth it. Yeah,
Because
fly. Yeah.
I get it. Like, I don't know, like, to me, flying is more of an advantage coming back than going. Like, driving, you're all juiced up and good to go. But flying back, you're like, just get me home. I just want to be home.
No matter how good your trip is, you want to get home, right?
And everybody else is texting like, yeah, we're just now in Tallahassee, and we'll be in Knoxville by 6. I'm like,
yeah, I'm on I-29, bro. Like, I'm passing a smokehouse. I'm getting some wings. I'm ready to go home.
Getting ready to stop at the dispensary and go to sleep for 4 hours to take a nap.
Yeah. And you're where, did you say? Oh, Tuscaloosa. Nice. Have fun.
Yeah, no
Yes.
chance.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the weird internet weekend. Stuck for 20 hours in Birmingham, Alabama, because there's no customs.
And you can't get off the plane.
And you can't get off. Then they finally let them off a plane, but they put like barricades, and they can only go in this little area.
Were they quarantined?
Basically, yeah. I mean, we're coming back from a vacation in Mexico. How much customs do we need to go through at this point in time? Let these people breathe.
The hell's this agave plant doing in this bag?
Yeah,
None of your
right.
damn business, Dave.
You got eggs.
Yeah. Where'd you get those? They're orange. They're see-through.
I don't care. It's cheaper than buying them here.
Oh, man. From a jacket to a daughter to, well, who's next when it comes to that big championship moment we discuss on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty. Make sure to follow us on Instagram @TheFan965 for behind-the-scenes content from the show. Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens, and you better believe it, baseball is back, and this season we're bringing you the proud partner of your Kansas City Royals, Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka and Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. They're absolutely delicious and pair perfectly with a day at the ballpark. Find it in Kauffman Stadium all season long. Surfside is only 100 calories per serving, and the best part, 0 bubbles for 0 troubles. So it's easy to sip and enjoy while you're at the game. Ask for it at your local bars and liquor store. You must be 21 years of age. Please drink responsibly.
At Busey Bank and CrossFirst Bank, we're partnering to help make your business visions become realizations. Through securing capital for growth, cash flow management, and comprehensive strategies that ensure a prosperous future. Because thriving businesses mean thriving people and thriving communities. Together, we're building extraordinary impact in business, wealth, and community. Busey Bank and CrossFirst Bank. Member FDIC.
Hey there, I'm Jack.
And I'm Stag.
We're just two deer that want to make sure you know it's deer season at your authorized John Deere dealer. The deer season that saves bucks. You know, like us.
Yeah, you can get $3,000 off select John Deere machines. No early wake-up calls or tree stands required.
Just a trip to your authorized dealer before June 2nd.
If you ask us, it's the only deer season worth celebrating.
Visit johndeere.com/deer season to find an authorized dealer and for complete finance details.
Hey guys, Underdog just became one of the best places to make entries during the basketball playoffs with their Extender program. With the Extender, you can play your way to increasingly bigger boosts each round of the playoffs. Start with the playoff series by using the Game 1 boost and continue boosting each subsequent game to unlock the next one. The longer the series, the bigger the boosts. Underdog is one of the leading places to make all your sports selections, and you can play now in your state. That's right here in Missouri. Underdog is one of the fastest growing sports game apps, and you can play it in your state. Look, millions of fans have already won billions playing at Underdog. Are you going to be next? Download the Underdog app today and sign up using that promo code TAPP, T-A-P-P, to unlock a special offer for up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. That's promo code TAPP. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/extend.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Visit www.ncpgambling.org.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super-sized laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Northland 435 northbound shutdown at Parvin with a forced exit there. Very heavy coming across the river. You can re-enter the freeway past 48th Street, but that intersection is backed up with long delays on the service road to get through. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Join us for the Fans Draft Party on Thursday, April 24th from the Landing in Liberty. We'll be broadcasting live, plus your chance to win $965 and an autographed Chiefs helmet in our draft contest. KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, in Odyssey Sports Station.
Y'all should have known the Masters was going to be in Rory's back pocket when his daughter Poppy made that putt on the Wednesday par 3 challenge. You can go back and look at the receipts. I said, book Rory now. What a roller coaster ride it was.
Was he ultimately the favorite to win this thing? No. Who was?
Scotty.
Scotty was.
Well, Rory was 2.
Yeah.
Bryson was like 4. Ludwig Oberg was, I think, 3rd in odds. He had a pretty good Sunday.
Yeah, he was fun.
Didn't.
Yeah, until that end.
Until the end, yeah, until he didn't.
No, he's a fun golfer. He's what we call the type that were born in a lab. Him and Victor Hovland are like, they're almost like AI. They just, everything is so perfect. I know we're not going to get into like how a golf swing is described as perfect, but when it looks effortless and smooth and great, perfect golf swing. Like Freddie Couples. Might be 65, but let me have that golf swing.
Well, in Ludwig, he would just smile, even if the shot wasn't great, he'd go smiling,
And Hovland always looks like he's about 10 to 20 milligrams into the afternoon.
That's awesome.
You're always like, is this guy, is he high? Like, high on life? But yeah, it was a good, fun weekend because, look, I mean, I think Bob had mentioned us in a text group. He was like, man, are they letting Jim talk?
Yeah, like for a while, like where was Nance, right? And then all of a sudden you heard Jim Nance, when you needed to hear Jim Nance. But I kind of like how they imagine doing an NFL game like that, right? Now let's go down to the 20-yard line where we have another announcer, and he's taking it from that perspective, or just different places in the stadium. I like that feel. Obviously, it's a golf course. There's different holes you can't be on every one. I get all that, but that'd be kind of fun for like a baseball game. Now let's go to the outfield where we have Denny Matthews standing by. Thanks, Ryan. I'm out here in center field. So like something like that would be kind of fun, to have that. But no, I thought Jim Nance's final call was really good, and then I really enjoyed Nance in the cabin afterwards because I think he kind of spoke for all of us. At one point, he said, "I feel like America's spent watching this," and I was like, "Hell yeah, I'm spent watching this."
Oh, yeah.
He nailed it. Like, it kind of drains you, like a Chiefs game or a Royals baseball playoff game, where you're living and dying on every single pitch, or a Chiefs game where you're living and dying on every single play. Like, that's kind of how I felt towards the end of that tournament. You're living and dying on every single stroke. And when you're done watching it, you're like, whew, all right, man, I'm glad this one is finally over. You get to exhale. I can't imagine what the athletes feel in those type of moments.
Oh, man.
But I think America kind of felt that way yesterday, and it kind of just goes to show you, man, you give Americans, or anybody for that matter, that sport that is coming down to the wire, that's got 2 minutes left, that's extra innings, that's one play away, and everybody's going to be involved. And that's why we love the sport. We love sports for the way that match ended yesterday, where you're living and dying on every single shot and every single moment in that. Like, if you're not a golf fan, which I'm not, that's fine. But I was a sports fan yesterday, and it was more about sports yesterday than it was about golf yesterday, because it gave us the moments we want in every sporting event. An unbelievable finish, an overtime win. It was great, man.
And you watched.
That's right,
You
yeah.
didn't just go to your phone to see Rory's shot. You lived that shot.
Right.
You saw that shot.
Right.
You felt when Rory goes, go, come on,
Yeah,
go.
yeah, right,
And you're
yeah.
sitting on your couch going, go, oh my God.
Yeah, like the one where he had like the approach shot that got him right.
Yeah.
We thought he blew it the way he was yelling at the ball, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
oh no, did he just blow this, right? And then it like trickles right near the hole, and you're like, okay, he didn't blow anything, right? He's perfect,
Right.
But it felt like that, like so you're living it. You're like you're doing the body movements, with the body English trying to direct
You're
the
watching the ball
and-
tracker. You're going,
Yeah.
wow, keep turning. You're like,
keep going.
And
Yeah.
then that one person looks over and goes, when did you become a golf fan? You're like, today.
Yeah, but again, it's not about, it's about the sport. It's about the moment. It's about what we're watching and witnessing and living that big time moment. It's like, how does baseball do this outside of October? How does college basketball do this outside of March? And again, the only sport that people truly live and die with on every single play and every single moment is the NFL. And then we get to the playoffs and people realize they haven't watched an NFL game all year and they don't realize how long they were, right? Oh, I'm so used to just watching the red zone and all this kind of stuff. But that's the big question now. How do we get June baseball to mean something like that? How do we get, December basketball to mean something like that? Maybe you just can't. Maybe we just need those big moments in sports, and there's very few and far between. That's why we remember them, and you have all that minutia, involved in the regular season of basketball and baseball and stuff like that. But when you get those big moments, man, everybody's living those moments. Like, you're sitting there trying to direct the ball and doing all that kind of stuff. I don't watch golf, but I love big moments. I love big sport moments, and that's what we got yesterday.
And I think and I want to bring this up because Mac made a good point without knowing it this morning, the text line as well. There are three things that make, I think, sports like they were yesterday. You have to have a superstar.
Yeah.
Right? No matter what, you have to have a superstar or a super team or whatever it may be. You've got to have a storyline and you got to have drama.
And it had everything.
And when you put those three things together, it goes after men, women, teenagers, grandparents, because the text line, 913, my wife's girls group chat were bawling watching Rory cry with Poppy, his
That's
daughter.
cool. That's
and
cool,
that's
yeah.
what got them. Like, once they saw that, they were like, whoa. Then they're watching
Poppy
their
was very
husband
sloppy.
or boyfriend or whoever. They're watching them on pins and needles because there's your story and your superstar. If you were a golf follower or just a sports follower, you knew the storyline. Rory, career Grand Slam, Rory's never won the green jacket. You then bring in other people around it, and you're like, wow, this has really got my husband or boyfriend or whoever captivated in this match. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, that's his daughter? Oh, that's sweet. Oh, he's crying. He's emotional. And Mac told me this morning, he goes, and he told us yesterday, he goes, my fiance is locked in. She actually is enjoying watching golf, and she loves this Rory story.
Yeah,
and she was turned on by Bryson DeChambeau.
Yeah, somebody at our sister station in Cleveland today had a poll. Did you cry with the Rory stuff? Yes or no? And 80% said no, obviously, because we're
Tough
men.
guys.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, I had tears.
And
100%.
because
I'm easy, but yeah.
it's human. It's the human emotion that brings to you.
It was
right?
how Nance kept digging into my soul when he's
so
like,
good at that.
Rory's parents would scramble for cash
Oh,
just to
yeah,
let him go
just
get a
to- I
gumball.
know,
And I'm
yeah.
like, damn, so he wasn't like
But
a
you
rich
start
kid.
to think about all
Yeah.
the sacrifices your parents made for you when you were growing up, right? I think it brings that to kind of like now being a parent. I think about all the sacrifices we make for our kids, and hopefully they appreciate
Those
all
damn
of that
30-degree soccer games.
right. But you think of all that stuff, like, you know, I don't necessarily think we were lower to middle class growing up. I don't know how to describe. We never wanted for anything when
Bob
I
was
was a
rich.
kid.
I'm kidding.
No. I think
No, I
like
know.
lower to mid class growing up. Suburban New Jersey home that was nothing spectacular. I mean, it was just a nice house and a fair enough block or whatever. But we had what we wanted. But I always wonder, like, how much my parents sacrificed what they wanted to make sure that we got what we wanted. And now being a parent, I realize what that's about, right? You do everything for your kids, and if there's 10 cents left over, well, then maybe you go grab a cheeseburger or something like that, right? Like, everything is about your kids. And so hearing Rory kind of tell that story about his parents and all the sacrifices that they made, if you're doing it right as a parent, you're making those sacrifices because it's not about you as a parent. It's about your children and giving them the best opportunities. And I felt like my parents always afforded me, the opportunities to do what we wanted. I don't feel like I ever missed out on anything. I don't know if I ever missed out. Of course, it was the 80s and, life was a lot different than it is today. But I know how expensive sports cost for just a kid to go out and play these days and how many sacrifices you have to make as a parent to be able to afford a lot of this kind of stuff.
Right.
And so if you're doing it the right way as a parent, you're broke as a joke. You have nothing. Your kids have everything. And then they'll pay it forward to their kids as you kind of move forward,
Yeah, because that's what they said. They were like, they were, not the richest family. They had to kind of scrum around to kind of make things work, but they saw that their young kid had a generational type of golf swing. They knew it. They're like, we got to feed this kid the sources we need, and eventually one day, long-term investment, right? Solar panels, man, they're expensive to get right away, but towards the end of your going, you realize your bills are lower, and you're like, well, that long-term investment paid off.
The key is to buy a house with solar panels, so you don't know. That's what they tell you. You'll never make your money back, but if you buy a house with the solar panels, you make you kind of make the money there. But I know with my sister, I mean, she was the top swimmer in the state. Ended up going to University of Pennsylvania. I would say on a swim scholarship, but they don't offer scholarships. She got $800 for books one year, which was very nice.
So she got 2 books.
Yeah, exactly. I don't even know that she got 2, Dusty.
Yeah.
But I just remember my parents every weekend. It was up and down the East Coast, driving to these swim meets and snowstorms, and sacrificing this and sacrificing that, and you drive to all these places. She swam for 22 seconds, and you spent a whole weekend in a hotel in Providence, Rhode Island, snowed in. Like those are the type of sacrifices that you make for your child. It's the same stuff. Now you're sitting out there in a 30-degree weather, watching soccer, making sure they're where they need to be on time. You sacrifice everything, and look what happens, man. You sacrifice it because you believe in your kid, and the kid goes out there and obviously a very small sample size wins the Masters. But if you invest in your kid, good things happen,
No doubt. So, yeah, she's locked in, huh? She's a golf fan now?
Oh, dude, yeah, she loved it. We're entering the lottery for the Masters next year.
Best
She's
of
like,
luck
I
getting
wanna go.
tickets.
Yeah,
Who was I talking to over the weekend? It's like, I've entered 10 years in a row now. Oh, Alex Gold was telling me that. Like, he did 10 years in a row and whatnot to try to get tickets to the match. You got to know Dana Wright. That's the only way you're getting
My
in.
brother knows multiple people who have won the lottery. So, I mean, it goes either way. Yeah, you'll never win, or maybe you know some people who do. So, who knows? Maybe get lucky. But it was awesome, man. I was captivated. It was great.
Cody knows a lot of people.
Oh, yeah, of course. I'll talk to him. What am I doing?
This is, again, the winning call from Jim Nance.
Look at the long shadows. Symbolic, this moment, of the journey it's taken to get here. For all this history.
The long journey is over. McIlroy has his masterpiece.
Like the barbecue sauce?
Mm-hmm. Do you know what? That's one of Nance's best calls, I think.
It's great.
A lot of times we kind of mock Jim Nance. The yellow brick road ends in Kansas. And then you hear that call right there. That was just, brioche. There's really like there's really no it's so good, it's so perfect, it's so subtle, it's not over the top. He didn't steal the moment from the sport. I thought Jim Nantz was really, 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 really good. And not just on the last call, but all day long, I thought Jim Nantz was really good yesterday.
We're not sure how many more of those Nance calls we're going to get.
Yeah. 13 more.
Seriously.
He says he's retiring.
Right.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
we
13
do
more
know.
years. We know exactly how many.
Right.
12 now we're going to get.
I will see my way out. No, coming up, we didn't get to it. We'll get to one word. We'll get to Max Tennessee Vols because his quarterback turned his back on him on Saturday morning. And not only that, but who's the next athlete that needs that Rory moment of accomplishment? We'll get to that as well here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Hey, it's Michael Waka, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, all weekend long, all we were doing was looking at our lawn, talking about Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. I had some friends over to the house yesterday sitting around talking about what a great job Aspen Lawn has already done on our grass. It was a miserable situation. Trees sucking out all the water. We stood no chance. And then I called the college-educated professionals over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. I said, can you do something with this front yard? And they go, yeah, we could take care of that. We understand what you're going through right now. We'll handle everything. And they came out a couple of weeks ago. They give that first cut. They put down the fertilizer, the pre-emergent. The dandelions are gone. The lawn is green. It looks spectacular. They came out again last week, gave it another cut. And I'm like, is this my lawn? This looks awesome. I'm so excited with the work that Aspen Lawn and Pest Control has already done. And I can't wait for that mosquito dome, as I'm calling it, to go over the top of our yard to keep out all of the bugs. Nobody wants to get bit by the mosquitoes. You don't want the fleas and ticks on your dog or yourself, so get them to come out and put that mosquito dome over your yard as well. Aspen Lawn and Pest Control has been in business since 1985, and if you tell them you heard it right here, they'll give you up to half off your first application just by mentioning this ad. So expect the best. Don't wait. Call them today at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
Hi, Drew and Jonathan Scott here, reminding you that a lot of life's firsts are better with help from American Family Insurance. Like your first home expansion or your first big lightning strike. There's a first for everything. Get the right home policy at the right price with the right help from American Family's agents. Life's better when you're under American Family's roof. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company SI and its operating company 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Men, is good enough really what you want with your sex life? This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health. And if erectile dysfunction is making a bad bedroom experience for you and your partner, you should call us because you want your intimacy to be fantastic, both for you and the one you love. At Heartland Men's Health, our treatments have success rates of well over 90%. And because we're a medical practice focused on men's sexual health, we can offer many treatment options and even combine treatments to find the right one for you. Which means if you're like most of our patients, we can likely get you performing like you haven't in years. So make an appointment and make a change from good enough to really good. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices to serve you. Heartland Men's Health, a Promenic restorative health.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Ring the bell. We've done it again. Golden Oak Lending has lowered rates to 4.875% fixed. While other lenders are talking about high interest rates, we're dropping rates. And we can get it done for you in as little as 14 days. Golden Oak Lending has just secured several $1 million that we can offer you as fixed-rate mortgages for 4.875%. Lower your monthly payment, get cash out, pay off credit cards, and best of all, make no mortgage payments for 2 months. It's fast and easy. Our debt consolidation customers save an average of $1,104 every month. And at Golden Oak, you never pay for your appraisal up front. Lock in this incredible 4.875% rate now before it's too late and say goodbye to those high-interest credit card rates. Call 913-890-GOLD.
Golden Oak Landing cured my blues.
5.81 APR, FHA, 15-year, 20% equity qualified credit. Additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Northland, 435 northbound, heavy from Front Street up past 210 towards Parvin, where you're forced to exit. Freeway shut down there. You can re-enter the freeway past 48th Street, but it's very slow getting to that point as the service road is overloaded, and it's about a half mile or more of slow traffic to get through that. Southbound side of 435 also slow coming off I-35 down past 48th Street with onlooker interest. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Today's a day there, Dustman, huh? Already going strong on the text line. We're an hour and 20 in. We got about 10 thanks coaches flying
cried
in.
over Rory McIlroy?
A lot of people, man. It's human emotion. If you have kids and parents.
I cried in a movie about a whale jumping over a kid called Free Willy. Cried in Armageddon. If you didn't cry in Armageddon,
God, yes, right?
Takes the patch off of Ben Affleck's jacket, says, give this to Billy Bob Thornton for me.
And I don't want to miss a thing.
I mean, dude, I tweeted yesterday, I've had tears in my eyes or cried over 4 things. Sports will do it to you, man.
Sports does do it to you.
I cried at 19 when Tiger won it. I'm not saying I was sitting on my couch like, it was just like, damn. I think the allergies are starting to kick up in here, you know?
I think sports is the ultimate unifier, right? We've said that over the years. No matter where you are in life, sports unifies everybody. Every Sunday at 3 o'clock or Tuesday on Christmas or whatever the day may be, we all come together as a society and as a city and as an area, and we all watch the Chiefs, right? The Royals are in the postseason. We all come together. We're all watching it. It is a community. Everybody comes together. It doesn't matter if you're from Kansas or Missouri, if you're from the Northland, if you're from Cascade. It doesn't matter. Like, everybody comes together and blends together when it comes to sports. And sports also, I think, is one of those things where you spend so much time watching games, and you've had losing seasons, you've had winning seasons, you've had meh seasons and, stuff like that. But you're always seemingly watching those games, maybe with your dad or whatever, or with your mom or with your kids or however the case may be, or your friends or whatnot. Like, sports creates a community, and it creates relationships, and it creates bonds, and it creates, memories. And you're sitting there, and when your team, when the Chiefs won the Super Bowl for that first time in 2020 or won that first AFC championship game over the Tennessee Titans, how could you not cry? I mean, for 50 years, we waited for this, right? Some people obviously longer or maybe, you know, are a lot younger and experiencing it earlier in life. But we know how involved we get with sports and how we watch sports, and it reminds you of watching it with your dad or it reminds you of watching it with your mom. That's why you get emotional, because you have those human feelings that start to come out that sports brings out in you. You're not crying because the Royals won the championship. You're crying because you remember all those years of watching with your dad and sitting there and listening to Denny and you know, going through those horrible seasons of not winning, and then they finally win, something you never thought they could do. How the hell aren't you emotional about that? Or the Chiefs doing that? Like, going through all of those years of, you know, Brody Croyles and Matt Castles and
Thigpen,
you know, Thigpen and you know, Elvis Gerbach and, you know, guys like that before. Like, how did you not get emotional when they finally hoisted the Lamar Hunt trophy in the stadium that Lamar Hunt made in the team that he founded and all of that kind of stuff? Like, how do you not get emotional? I would question you as a person if you didn't get emotional at these big sports moments, because it means you really haven't had that much love in life, I guess. I don't know. That's kind of the way that I look at it, because the game is there, but it's everything that goes around the game. Like watching the games growing up with my father. The game was great, but I was with my dad, man. I was there. We were having our game food and watching it as a family and putting our jerseys on. They say football is family. And now going to the Chiefs games, I tell Ralph all the time, let's just go to the tailgate. That's what I like the most, because it's about the community. It's about the fun. It's about the family. It's about friends and the bonding and all that kind of stuff. The memories. That's what sports is all about.
You'll never forget the rest of your life where you were and they blocked that kick with Ben Maller.
No.
You'll never forget that.
No.
You'll never forget FaceTime me and I spit beer into the phone.
Right.
Like, you'll just never forget that.
Right. There's moments like that you just are so relieved and so excited about and have so much fun with, and you get so emotional because you think about the people who aren't here anymore that didn't get the opportunity to experience that. The people who were battling cancer and fighting diseases, and the Royals were keeping them going in 14 and 15, or the Chiefs over the last couple of years, man. Like, I think of our friend Dan Israel, right? Over these last 5 or 6 years battling cancer, but knowing every day he's getting up watching a world championship football team and working for a world championship football team. And that keeps you going. You want to be a part of that. Sports is emotional. And if you don't have that emotional side, man, you're missing a big part of what this is all about. And seeing Rory cry because they talked about his parents giving up their freaking lives for that guy, man. Like,
watching it at midnight in Northern Ireland.
I know. That's the other thing. Did you see his golf club?
Oh, yeah. Going nuts.
I mean, God, like, if you don't get emotional.
I mean, that would have been prime. Midnight, golf club, Ireland. Hey, Monday, we're not coming in.
Nobody's working in Ireland today, right?
Absolutely not.
They're all celebrating that, as they should.
It's essentially a Super Bowl victory in the sport of golf.
Right.
Which leads us to the question, who's the next athlete that needs to have this sort of story? Like, who's the guy in sports, whether it's basketball, baseball, football, golf? I don't think there's one now. I mean, I think some people would say, like, I don't know, it'd be nice to see Jordan Spieth win a major again, but it's not on the level of like where Rory was. Is there an athlete out there that could really use a championship moment?
I think there's really only one athlete left. And I was thinking about this yesterday because it was easy back in the day to kind of go through the list of guys who hadn't won a championship yet, need to get that championship. I think Aaron Judge is the number one guy out there that needs to win that championship for his career to be solidified. And it comes with playing for the Yankees, being the captain of the Yankees, dominating the regular season, and then dissipating like a big storm in October, right? This just kind of dissipates out like that,
Some of those
fades
storms
away.
don't dissipate.
Some of them don't. Some of them take a day or two to dissipate. But once the calendar flips to October, then you've got Aaron Judge, and he dissipates and falls off the face of the earth. And I think Aaron Judge is kind of in that category of like, don't care anymore about your regular season stuff. It's nice, it's grand, it's wonderful. You got to do it in October. So I think he's the number one guy, in my opinion, that needs that championship to solidify his career.
The Connor McDavid comes to mind for sure.
Yeah, I put him on my list as well.
The boss would be happy with that response.
Yeah, no, Connor McDavid definitely deserves to be on that list as well. He's probably the greatest player in the NHL that hasn't won that championship yet.
Yeah, and he's been the greatest player in the NHL for the last 4 or 5 years. He's talked about in this kind of all-time hierarchy. Yeah, that chip's kind of the last straw for him.
Yeah, but, you know, and I will say this, like, hockey's not household enough where people do bring up Connor McDavid. You know, like, who needs a championship? Well, Josh Allen, Aaron Judge, Connor McDavid. Oh, yeah,
Josh Allen's the other name, too.
Josh Allen. I think, though, for him, where I am right now, he's got plenty of time. Like,
I agree.
I feel like the clock is ticking on Aaron Judge. And every October that goes by where he doesn't get it, his reputation gets worse and worse and worse. He's not losing to Patrick Mahomes every year.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You know, like if Josh Allen and Lamar and other guys never win a Super Bowl, they can say, you didn't have to play against the big bad wolf for 20 years, you know? That was just blowing down everybody's houses. Didn't matter what they were made out of. Patrick Mahomes owned the league for 2 decades. Sucks for me, right?
But kind of like the NBA 90s, sort of.
Sure, but I mean, guys still got it done. Like, Jordan didn't win every finals.
Well, but Ewing never got it done.
Right.
You know, that Knicks
Barkley.
team, Barkley never got it done.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm sure Hakeem only got it done because, well, we wanted to try baseball. And boy, the White Sox would kill for Michael Jordan right about now in their lineup. He'd start.
Royals would kill for Michael Jordan in their lineup. He'd start in left field or right field and hit 6.
So there you go. He'd start for basically every team in baseball right now. But no, I mean, I think that list has gotten fewer and fewer and fewer because we're starting to see some of these guys win, and there's just not as many of those superstars that have been around forever that haven't won, you know? Josh Allen, what's been around 7 years only?
Yeah, I don't know. There's not really a name in the NBA right now like that.
No, there's not.
Luka's 25.
You look at the situation, though, right? Like, Rory has already won, but it's what he won, when he won it, how he won it. Like, if LeBron wins a title this year, you would see a lot. And again, now his division of liking and disliking is completely different than Rory's, right? So hear me out.
He's polarizing, yeah.
If LeBron wins a title this year, he would tie Kobe for all-time titles. He'd have 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
It could be, right? It could be the way out. What other way to do it? You won 2 with the Lakers. 1 doesn't count, but this one does. If you were to win it this year, you would tie Kobe. You'd be 1 behind Jordan.
Be the GOAT, yeah.
What would be more impressive, though? Kobe's 5 with 1 team or LeBron's 5 with 3 teams?
Kobe.
I think so, too.
Although people would say Kobe did it with Shaq.
So what? You've got to have a running mate, man.
Right. But I think that it is interesting that he's won a title with 3 different franchises. Now, again, different times, whatever you want to call it. But, like, the story is what I'm getting at.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Polarizing athlete. You could put him on a TV screen in the United States of America, and 95% of people would be like, that's LeBron James.
Oh, you think it's that low, huh?
Maybe. I'm just spitballing here. But again, like, it would be one that would, like, where Rory tied got a grand slam. He's now in that upper echelon of great athletes of his sport. LeBron's got 4. LeBron's been scrutinized, has a bubble championship. If he won this year, he'd have his 5th. He'd be 39, 40 years old. It'd be the perfect time. Your son now has as many threes as his first year as Michael Jordan. Funny stat.
That is funny. And that's
9.
Yeah.
And, like, you put all that together, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, like, LeBron got his 5th. He ties Kobe. Does he try to go get number 6, or is this good enough? And then you're like, he did it at the age of 40, when a lot of people didn't like him. A lot of people don't want to watch him. A lot of people think that he's the GOAT. A lot of people think he's like the 4th best player of all time. There's all these conversations with LeBron, similar to where there are a lot of conversations about Rory. He's kind of a jerk now. He's gotten older. He hasn't ever done it. He always chokes when it comes to the Masters. Oh, he did it. Look at the raw emotion. That's cool for him. Whereas some people are like, who cries for Rory McIlroy? Bryson should have won it. I'm Team Bryson. Whereas you're like, man.
Well, he shouldn't have fallen apart.
And even better, and I know this affects, you a little bit, but imagine if LeBron won his 5th title with the Lakers facing Cleveland. There's that sport, and Adam Silver would have it on a Tuesday night at 6. But that's where, like, I get it. Like, I'm talking big name athletes. Like, I think Allen's in that category. I think Lamar's in that category because of.
I think Lamar's more in that category than Josh Allen is right now.
But again, it's athleticism, awards, and like the unfortunate part I think about the NFL is that a lot of times we put these guys in a situation where you need 2, because Jordan told Allen, Garnett, and Rondo. When they won their first one together, he said, when 1, it's a fluke. When 2, you're the truth. Because then people can't doubt you. Now, again, people will sit back and say, well, Aaron Rodgers only got 1. Well, his team didn't really build around him, or maybe it's another story. Drew Brees only won 1. Well, that's kind of on his coach, Sean Payton. And I understand that the NFL is a team sport, whereas golf is an individual sport, baseball team sport. But when you're that polarized as an athlete, like Bob mentioned last year, Aaron Judge, unanimous MVP. Was terrible in the playoffs.
Terrible.
And when you play for the Pinstripes, you have a legacy to build. And he's been to the World Series, lost to the Dodgers. But I don't know as of right now if 99 is in Monument Island.
No, he's out there. There's no
already.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
There's
fine.
No question.
Then I digress that statement.
Yeah.
But I don't know. He's won what 2, 3 MVP awards. He's got the home runs, the 60 home runs. He had that whole moment. But there's one thing missing.
Yeah.
And that's the solidification of a career. You go back to Dan Marino. You can blame Ray Finkel. You can blame Lois Einhorn. Whoever you want to blame. Dan Marino was great. Yes, football is a team sport. But when we talk about the greatest of all time, we don't talk about their teams. We talk about their rings. And I think that Allen, Lamar, that's about the only two in football that really stick out to me. Maybe I'm missing someone somewhere. But I mean, like, imagine if Aaron Rodgers goes to Pittsburgh and the Chiefs don't make the playoffs and Aaron Rodgers goes on this run. Hate him or love him, there will be a story that is like, did Aaron Rodgers win a Super Bowl on his last way out? You look at John Elway. This one's for John. Won back-to-back, never won it, got there, always choked in the playoffs, couldn't make it, whatever it was. And then all of a sudden, even though we all called him horseface, didn't like him, you watch the moment and you're like, damn, that guy kind of deserves it.
Yeah, he did. He absolutely did. And I think, when you look at, the players that are out there, I think there's not many in that category anymore that deserve to win one. I would put Jim Harbaugh on the list before I would put Josh Allen on the list or Lamar Jackson on the list, because Jim Harbaugh, if he wins a Super Bowl championship, that cements his entire career. You win one in college, you win one in the pros, you really dominated everywhere you've been and had success everywhere you've been. The only thing in Jim Harbaugh's coaching career that's missing is that Super Bowl championship. He's been to a Super Bowl, he's got a college football championship, turned around Stanford, turned around the 49ers, turned around Michigan. Maybe we'll turn around the Chargers, but I think Jim Harbaugh is higher on that list than maybe any other player is in the National Football League, especially being in this division now where Andy Reid's got Super Bowl wins, Sean Payton has a Super Bowl win, Pete Carroll has a Super Bowl win. You don't have that. I think with all the love that Jim Harbaugh gets as a head coach, he does not have that Super Bowl ring. His legacy could change a lot because of winning a Super Bowl.
And the text time brings a good one up, with Lamar versus Josh Allen. Think about Buffalo's history as a fan base.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, right.
Huge. You think people aren't going to cry in Buffalo if he hoists up that trophy?
I mean, and that's the thing.
They'll cry wing sauce.
Before the game against the Bills this year, I was part of a documentary that they were doing, just give me one or something it's called. I forget what it was. Andre Reed's kind of putting together. I think it's going to be on Amazon. And they interviewed me about living in Kansas City and what was it like to finally win that first one and being the big rival to the Chiefs and all this kind of stuff. And the more you talk to these folks about it, the more our friend, local celebrity Jimmy Gaffney, big Bills fan, you start to realize, man, if they ever won the Super Bowl, it will be an unbelievable celebration, as it should be, because they've never won one before. But you start to have those feels. The older you get, the more you have feels for other people, too. And you're like, it would be kind of cool to see the city of Buffalo celebrate and see all the emotion that comes out of all of the fans up there, because they had 4 straight where they didn't win. And now they've got this era where they're not winning because you got Patrick Mahomes in the way. If they were to win one, absolutely people would be emotional. And if you weren't, then I hate to say it, you're not doing it right at that point.
A name that I sent you guys in the text group yesterday, and one that's coming up on the text line, is Mike Trout.
Yeah.
That's another one. Him and Harper, I think, are both in that category in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
I think Trout more deserving than Judge, just because he was the next Mickey Mantle. Here he is. Now he's in a 10-year playoff drought. Now he's leading the league in home runs.
And some guy tried to rip his glove off his hand the other day.
But did you see how it ended?
Oh, it was fantastic.
Yeah. Then he
really
met the 2 guys. It was a kid and a dad, took pictures, signed the ball, gave him a bat. Everything's great.
Yeah,
awesome.
everything is great. Yeah.
One word.
One word. Okay, one word on Rory McIlroy winning the Masters yesterday.
Finally.
Masterpiece. Jim Nance. Give it to him. It was exhilarating, exhausting, emotional, fun. Is all that. Is all those words. No matter how you want to look at it. Yes, if you're a golf hater, you're in a low percentage. But again, it was historic. It was great.
Again, get the golf out of it, man. It was a moment. It was a sports moment. And we love sports moments. And that's what that was yesterday.
Over to baseball. One word on the Royals weekend.
Over.
Disappointing.
Okay.
Especially the way it went. I mean, you got beat.
It was underwhelming, to say the least.
I mean, opening night, 7-0.
Oh, yeah.
Game over in the 5th inning. You're like,
we
all
were
right.
still a cactus before the game even finished. We're like, my goodness.
We'll do one more round, sir.
Yeah, exactly.
Put it on Maloney's tab.
Yeah, and then we're going to dip out of here. Yeah, no, it was, uneventful. That was Cleveland, man. That's not even the best team in your division. Detroit is. And that started everything, and you went 1-3.
And they, I mean,
1 and 2.
They don't get many chances against Cleveland the rest of the time. They've already played them twice. So
that's true. You
think
only
it's
play
5?
13 times a year now, and so what do we have? 3 here and 3 there. That's 6. So you only have 7 more times against Cleveland. Yeah.
One word on Hunter Renfrow. He made a couple of defensive plays yesterday, maybe on Saturday as well. I can't remember. One word. Where are we at?
Who?
Oh, Hunter Renfrow.
I have no words. I'm over it. And if they hit back-to-back on a lineup again, I'm just going to watch Bobby Flay. You want to hear some quick
Bobby
stats?
Play or Bobby Flay?
Bobby Slay.
Oh.
So Hunter Renfrow stats this year, 128, slugging 154. He has 5 hits, 3 RBIs, 0 home runs. MJ Melendez, both of them have 39 at-bats each, by the way. MJ Melendez, 077, slugging 103. 3 hits, 0 RBIs, 0 home runs.
He's 3 hits.
Hunter Renfrow having 5 was more alarming than MJ's 3.
Combined.
They have 8.
Combined, yeah. They have 78 at-bats, hitting a combined 135, slugging 257 with 8 hits and 3 RBIs.
2
0
hits
home
today
runs.
changes all of that, though. It's early.
No, it doesn't.
2 hits. We're up to 150.
Hey, what's Vinny up to now? Like 290? He was like 170 at a Friday.
That's true. Yeah, the numbers can be very skewed. It's hard to know when to care.
3 hits and 5 hits over the course of the first couple of weeks. You got to look into that.
So not one word, but we're in the same place on Hunter Renfrow. Okay, I didn't know if a couple of nice defensive plays changed that. One word on the upcoming series against the Skankies starting tonight.
Opportunity.
I like that. Determination, right? Revenge. They kicked you out of the playoffs. You watched them celebrate on your field. Giancarlo Stanton hitting piss missiles out of your own stadium that you can't seem to hit at all in.
Well, he's no longer around, so.
Oh, he is. He just has tendonitis.
It's because of the turbo bats they were saying, yes.
It's turbo time.
Yeah, it was the turbo bat that did it.
No, it's proof. Like, go out there and don't get slapped in the face. Like, I don't care if they win 1 of 3 games against the Yankees. I'll be fine with that. But I don't want them to lose 10-2, 11-5, and then win a game 1-0. Like, just don't get your ass handed to you. Don't let the pinstripes do it to you.
I don't think they will. I think
I
good
hope you're
pitching
right.
beats good hitting, and so I think these are going to be very competitive games. Look, the playoff games were competitive, right? You just didn't have enough at the end, but the playoff games were competitive against the Yankees. I expect this to be a competitive series.
And this series should be what, Bubic, Waka, and
well, it's Lugo today.
Lugic, and then Lugo, Bubic,
I like
Waka.
Lugic. Yeah, he's good.
Lugic is so good, man.
Lugic is he's one of my great players of all time.
Yeah, Lugo tonight.
Hunter Lugic.
It'll be
Hunter Lugic.
So it's Lugo, Waka, Lorenzen against the Yankees. That's what you got right there.
Damn it. All right, we started with the Masters. Before we get out of here, one word on banning cell phones. This kind of was one of the things that struck the internet yesterday. It was really cool to see everyone in the moment not holding up their cellular device yesterday. One word on no cell phones at a sporting event.
Lugic. I love a photo of, there's a picture, and I don't know, it's years ago now, and the Pope was at a parade, and everybody had their cell phone out taking a picture, except for this one little old lady. And they circled her, and they said, enjoy the moment, don't try to capture the moment. And I'm like,
Nice.
That's so wonderful. I love no cell phones at events like this. I know it's not feasible. I know it's not something that's logical and something that is going to happen ever, but I tend to believe those nets aren't up at baseball games if cell phones aren't a thing. Everybody's buried in their phone, not paying attention to what's going on, so we got to put up the nets, which is fine. I don't mind those, but I would love to have no cell phones at sporting events. I think it would be great at concerts, everything.
Concerts,
Yeah,
yes.
everything.
I think it's situational. I think the Masters, with its credibility of what it is, fine. But there's no way you can't do that at the Super Bowl. They have themes around it where
Yeah,
it's
you're
like
right,
your lights shine and all that for the Super Bowl. And it's also like,
okay, get your phone out and turn on your light.
sorry
Yeah.
that like technology has evolved. Like, I'm sorry that the world has moved on. Yes, you don't have to pull your cell phone out.
No.
It's not like somebody's putting a gun to your head and saying, film this golf shot. That's just the trends. That's what's changed in life. People want to have the video because of all of the stuff that comes with it. Look at the Hawk Tua girl, right? She does a 5-second interview and she's a millionaire overnight. People see that and they gravitate towards that. That could be me. And then they get the shot or they get the TikTok that gets 1,000 views in about a minute. And all of a sudden it's like, you're the source of the video. But again, you got your camera right here between your nose, your 2 eyes. You don't have to pull your phone out. You can have your moment.
I always tell my wife when she's filming a video, when are you going to watch that again?
Never.
And the answer's never.
Never.
Go through your phone, man,
Until you
and
get
look at
to
all
like
the videos you
10
got.
years ago today,
Yeah,
Facebook memories.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Then you have it. So I would say situational is the term for that for the Masters. But it was
like
cool to
Lugic.
see that. It was cool to see that picture of everybody just sitting there like
Captivated.
Locked in.
Yeah, because it's rare.
Lugic.
It is really Lugic,
It's super Lugic.
All right, that's one word coming up on the other side. Let's talk about your guy from Tennessee and what it means.
He's a Lugic.
I figured Bob was going to be all about this one. We'll dive into that on their side here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Fescoe and Dusty. Subscribe and watch the show on YouTube by going to our channel at The Fan 965, Kansas City's FM sports station. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you something. My friends over at QC Kinetics want you to feel better, and they're going to help you do just that. Because if you're living with chronic joint pain, you know how uncomfortable it is, right? It's like trying to get comfortable on a cactus sofa. Nothing feels good. And forget trying to do the things you enjoy this spring, like golfing and hiking and tennis. You're just trying to get by. But I want you to know something. The medical pros at QC Kinetics right here in KC are on the case and focused to finally get you the relief that you need. They've already treated tens of thousands of patients around the country with regenerative treatments that help calm that debilitating joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, and back. With QC Kinetics, the science is solid. They give you your life back without surgery, without drugs, and without downtime. Everybody's trying to live healthier lives and break free of harmful meds. That's the whole mission of QC Kinetics. Curious if you'd be a candidate for these treatments? No problem. The consultation is totally free, and they're happy to take a look to see if they can help you finally get relief. Call now and find out how easy it is to get back to enjoying life without that chronic joint pain. Now's the best time to get started. So call QC Kinetics now. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. It's QC Kinetics.
Whether you're digging a pond, clearing brush, grading property, or doing demo, Foley Equipment, your local Caterpillar dealer, is your one-stop shop. Buy or rent, Foley Equipment has the machines you need to get the job done. And right now, Foley has 0% financing on new cat skid steers, mini excavators, and compact track loaders. Stop by any Foley Equipment location today or visit us at FoleyEQ.com. That's FoleyEQ.com.
Some things just go together, like peanut butter and jelly, or a Casey's spicy chicken sandwich and a 49-cent medium fountain drink, or a Casey's breakfast sandwich and a 49-cent fountain drink, or even Casey's limited time Italian deli sliders and a 49-cent fountain drink. You get the idea. It's not crazy. It's Casey's. See store for details.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hi, Mia here at the winnings desk of the Missouri Lottery. With 56 million winning tickets last year, anyone can win big. So set your destination to winning, like gas stations, grocery stores, or anywhere you can buy a ticket. The Missouri Lottery. Winners welcome and play responsibly.
Honey, it's me, your wife. Sorry to bother you, but this house is a mess. The windows are drafty, the vinyl siding has cracks and holes in it, and the kids just fell through the deck. We need Powell Exteriors KC now. They install James Hardie siding, Provia windows, Renaissance patio products, beautiful decks, roofing, and more, all at 0% interest for 18 months. Go to PowellKC.com and see for yourself. Powell Exteriors KC. The best decision you've made since you married me.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Ow! Sweetie, come here. Don't worry. I see a lot of patients with the exact same thing.
Ever since the ice skating rink went in next door?
Or is it more than
Dr. Clark's business is heating up.
So many patients need my help. How will I find time to see all of them?
They need to hire a scheduler, stat.
I need Indeed.
Indeed, you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Hey, it's Cody Tapp, and if you're in the same boat as me, you're looking at someone, you're like, I can't keep living like this. I want to get to my weight loss goal. I want to finally meet those things. Well, I did. 6 weeks, 30 pounds. That's what I did over at Awaken 180's at-home program. I worked with them over the phone. I got online. They got a great app. See what recipes they had available for me. See what things they had to make it easy to do this process with them. I know you want to find out more. Give them a call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com, and see how with no medications, no gym, and no calorie counting, just the support every week and free support for life. Look, summer's coming up. Maybe it's the pool, maybe it's vacation, maybe you just want more energy to play with your kids or be at those youth sports like I wanted. You can do all of that thanks to Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Find out more. Give them a call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Northland 35 southbound gets heavy around Pleasant Valley, stays very slow all the way down to the Choteau Traffic Way with an accident blocking the left lane. Earlier problem 435 northbound at Parvin has cleared and all lanes getting through, no delays. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
We'll get to the guy that broke Mac's heart on Saturday morning, and of course, Drew Nixon was immediately on it. But before we do that,
was it Lugic?
Yeah, no, he wishes it was Lugic. Somebody, I think the guy from last week sent a text, and the text was like, "If Lugos does horrible in this game tonight, Dusty, I'm storming up to the station tomorrow." He'll be all right. He'll be all right. But real quick, shout out to Trenton, a listener of Every Day. Went to Augusta, brought your boy back a new Masters hat.
Nice.
Right? And a ball marker.
Cool. That's awesome.
Now, I'm terrified with the ball marker because if I ever lose this, I will cry.
Yeah,
but it
sad.
is magnetic. It will stick to my divot fixer. But shout out to Trenton. I appreciate it, man. Doing nice things for people because you never know. This just changed my entire day and week.
That's awesome.
Be wearing that, Daddy, on Tuesday for the
it's
golf.
a great hat.
What'd you do? Go to the Masters?
No, you don't want to wear that at golf. You sweat through it, though, don't you? And then it gets those white sweat rings all over it.
No, man. Feel that texture. It's like all breathable.
It's breathable. Yeah, you still get the sweat on there, though. Keep that for a nice occasion. That's what I would do anyway. You're not me, but you do what you want.
When
but
do I wear a hat at a nice occasion?
Like today, going to work or something like that.
For sure.
Yeah, wherever. Go to the bar.
Because like when I was
Hiding out
coaching
in
the
the
kids in
forest.
softball or doing stuff, I would wear a hat that I didn't care, sweat and all that kind of stuff. So, we got to keep that for like a nice, that's upside down. You want to keep that for, why is Florida north? So, anyway.
West of the Mississippi?
That's right. Yeah.
So, Mac, you had some unfortunate college news that hit you right in the gut.
I think it hits everybody right in the gut,
Sucks,
though.
man.
How seriously, can we have an open discussion? I know it's your school, but I think bigger picture, I think people saw this and went, I'm out.
Yeah, really? You're holding out?
Mac's first thing was, all right, we need a salary cap.
Well, there's so many different things that we do need, but if you missed it over the weekend, just for those who were scoring at home and were doing yard work, the quarterback of Tennessee held out of OTAs, basically, wanting a raise, and Tennessee said no, and so he left.
He practices all spring, and then we get to the last couple before spring games. Like, he's nowhere to be found. It's crickets. And he's like, sorry, man, pay me more. And we're like, okay, well, we already talked about this.
Right.
You're the highest paid guy on the team. You threw 19 touchdowns last season, and the only touchdowns you threw against, you only threw 5.
Slow down.
You only had 5 passes against SEC teams not named Vanderbilt that were touchdowns.
And let me tell you something, you also suck because you got to be fighting already.
You went 1 and 2 against ranked teams. You ran out of bounds with time expiring against Arkansas.
Oh, my God, that play.
I mean, it's just you haven't done anything yet.
It was all over the internet this weekend. I mean, yeah. This guy wants more money?
Yeah, you haven't done anything yet. And it's like, I believe in the potential of Nico Iamaleava. Go get your short-term bag, but you are hurting your long-term prospects of being an NFL player, and you're hurting.
There may not be any of those.
Well, I mean, if he wants there to be, he's
You know
top
what I'd do?
10 and Heisman finalist. He's supposed to be a top 5 quarterback this year.
If I was Tennessee, you know what I'd do?
What?
I'd give Arch Manning a little DM.
I thought you were
awesome.
going to go
And I'd say,
chicks.
same time.
You know what I'd do?
Be a lot cooler if you did. No, I'd go see what Arch Manning wants. If it's a Wild Wild West in NIL, hey man,
that'd be cool.
But he probably doesn't want like his uncle's legacy. He probably is like, I'm good with that.
Yeah, I think with Arch Manning, I don't think he's going to do anything to mess up the legacy. I mean, watch the way that like Patrick Mahomes does things or Bobby Witt Jr. does things. It's all very, thought out, very laid out in a certain way to do certain things. I think Arch Manning's kind of on that same train because if Arch Manning were to go take money from some other school and just leave Texas high and dry, then that's the reputation. This guy's getting absolutely killed by people for doing this to his team. Arch Manning doesn't want that, right? Arch Manning is more concerned about, and the Manning family is more concerned about the aura of being the Manning family and the brand and all that kind of stuff. That would go totally against everything that the Manning family does, you know?
And football starts in a couple of months. I don't know what Nico thinks he's going to do, but I don't know how you're going to learn a whole new playbook, learn a whole new system, learn all these players. You're going to look poor. Your play is going to
he might look poor, but he ain't going to be poor.
Well, I don't know who's going to offer him the dough. Does Tennessee come, crawling back to him? But I do understand it from his perspective because I always go back and I talk about, watching KU in 08 and 09 with Todd Reesing, right? He had that opportunity to make money as a kid. Chase Daniel had an opportunity during those times as well to cash in. You think of all the good college athletes that you saw that never did anything at the professional level, right? Todd Reesing was a perfect example of that. Could have made all kinds of money being the quarterback in Lawrence for those 2 years, or any basketball player, Jacques Vaughn, Rafe LaFrentz, all those guys over the years. You have college to make all of that money because you're a big star. This kid understands he may not be playing in the pros. I don't know. Doesn't have field awareness, right? And so he's trying to cash in as much as he can. I understand that aspect of things.
I get it.
That's why we have this major problem, though, in college sports, because I understand the players' aspect of things. I understand the fans' aspect of things. I understand the coaching aspect of things. Like, everybody's got their own take on this, and it all makes sense, and it is all logical, and it is all right. How do we fix it now?
Somebody says, I just wish college sports would go away.
Well, they have. They're not college sports anymore.
They're definitely not.
Minor leagues.
Hell,
they're making more than minor leaguers.
Oh, there's no question.
Right?
That guy. Most of these people playing college football are making more than Jack Caglione
He's
right
making
now.
$1,200 a night.
He was already the highest paid guy in the team. I don't know, man. We need buyouts. We need salary caps. And you know what? If you can leave anytime, then fine, I can cut you at any time.
Yeah, and then
see ya.
Yeah, but they can, salary caps. Scholarships are 1 year renewable licenses. They're not a 4-year deal. They can get rid of guys all the time when it comes to that. I think if you're going to do this in college, though, you probably need that 2-year deal for these guys, right? Every year's a 2-year deal, unless your coach leaves. If your coach leaves, then you get the opportunity to get out. I'm not going to hold you someplace that you don't want to be because you did go for the coach. You didn't go for the campus or the co-eds.
We need some damn integrity.
Well, I mean,
we all need to go to Integrity Farms and relax.
Yeah,
man.
Right. Yeah, right. Jeez. Yeah, but I mean,
because somebody makes a good point. What coach wants that type of player? Because I wouldn't want that player to come to my school.
And that's the thing. He's not talented enough to be that kind of douche.
Exactly.
Well, that's why I compared similar.
That's a hard word.
Similar to the situation at
Lugich.
UNLV. Yeah. Somebody says we need to do a Lugich of the week, like we do a Richard of the week. No, but it's similar to the story that happened at UNLV. The guy thought he was going to get more money in an NIL deal. He wasn't that great.
Where did he end up?
I don't know, but I know that he was just like, I'm out.
And if I'm not mistaken, UNLV played Boise State for the right to go to the college football playoff this year.
And then
without that guy.
And that dude balled his next start. Like the guy that, not the guy that left,
Yeah,
the guy that
replaced him. Yeah.
And they're like, dude, you haven't done anything. He's like, well, they said I was getting this NIL deal and I didn't get it. And verbiage
when
was.
They beat Kansas at the soccer stadium and then the guy quit the team, right?
And he's like, I'm out. And it was like, and we talked about it because we were like, this is something that could be a problem moving forward. Like if you don't get what you thought you were going to get, they'll just, take their ball and leave. Yeah. And he did that at UNLV. And then here we are at Tennessee going through OTAs or spring practice, whatever you want to call it. And then all of a sudden he's like, you know what? Actually, I'm out.
Yeah, peace out. I'm out of here.
Zero integrity.
Okay, great. Enjoy Tennessee Martin.
What I do love is that he was actually like, I want more money. And Tennessee was like, no, see ya.
Right, you agreed to this contract, and Tennessee's like, yeah, here's the door, man. Don't let it hit you on the way out.
Apparently he was being a jerk,
and
too.
you also said, well, obviously, right? You had said that, he's one of the 5 or 10 best quarterbacks in college football. I will be a rhetorical Richard here on this one and go, does that really matter anymore? Like, look at the quarterbacks that we've seen in college over the last couple of years. If you're a top 5 or 10 quarterback in college, what does that make you? A top 40, 30 to 40 quarterback in the NFL at this point in time?
3 top 5 quarterbacks are coming out in this draft, and they're probably not even going to be in the top, 150 players in the NFL?
I agree, but that rookie contract still cashes out. Those paychecks still come. Jackson Dart, that first round grade is looking really nice for Jackson Dart.
Yeah, sure it is. But is he going to do anything?
No, but for 5 years I'm making bank. You know what I mean?
You're looking at it from a player individual standpoint. I'm looking at it from the opposite approach now and going like if okay, great, he's a top 5 quarterback in college football.
Yeah, means Jack Diddley.
Yeah, that's like telling me the Dallas Cowboys have a team, so they're going to be average.
And this says, how is this any different than entering the portal? Every kid does this, so why are we crushing this kid for it? Because he didn't enter the portal. He said, I want more money.
Right.
He didn't say, I want to go play somewhere else for more money. He said, hey, I'm already playing here. I'm already locked in. I'm in the spring practice. But, hey, now I want more money. So it's very different.
Yeah, it's like going on strike, basically, is what that is.
After you've already committed.
Yeah.
It'd be like, yeah, we're going to go to work on Monday. Hey, Frank, Tuesday.
We can get more money out of these guys. Let's hold out. Yeah, okay.
So I think it's different than just being like, I'm going to the portal.
100% different. 100%. It's night and day different. If you go to the portal, you go to the portal. That's fine. Go to the portal. This guy didn't go to the portal, signed back up to play at his school, went through all of these like spring earlier practices. Now it's nut cutting time. He's like, yeah, I need more money. And they're like, go pound sand.
Literally. All right, coming up on the other side, we'll dive into the Royals. Plus, we'll get Josh Verner to join us at 8:20 here on 96.5 The Fan. And I want to ask him if he's starting to believe in the Dustman and Caglione's theory. Here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Hey, it's Bobby Witt Jr., and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, when your home sale feels like a complex puzzle, who holds all of those missing pieces for you? Well, the answer is pretty simple. It's Dawn Sharp and her team. They have solutions to complicated real estate challenges. Dawn's years of experience in various markets and dealing with multiple situations make her the go-to real estate agent to work with. Has your home been on the market for months with zero success? Well, contact Dawn today to learn what you can do to get top dollar for your home. And the Sharp Homes team can give you options as well. Do you want to skip showings and open houses and go straight to sold? Contact them to discuss their instant offer program. In fact, contact the only agent I would trust if I was looking to sell my home. It's Dawn Sharp with the Sharp Homes team, brokered by Epic Realty. You can Google them, Sharp Homes team, and see how many 5-star reviews they have. It's well over 200, and they're on Zillow as well, and everybody loves the Sharp Homes team. In the last 12 months, Dawn and her group have sold over 150 homes, while the average agent sells 4 homes per year. So visit them at homesforsaleInKC.com. That's homesforsaleInKC.com and start packing.
Booth Creek Wagyu, KC's premier Wagyu beef meat market, has even more convenient ways for you to shop. In addition to their location at 135th and Metcalf, they're now open at 95th and Knoll. Baseball is back. Time to get your game day grill going. Whether you're looking to wow your family with a meal at the ballpark or sear the best steak ever while listening to the game on the deck, Booth Creek Wagyu experts are ready to help you pick out something unforgettable. Booth Creek Wagyu, now with 2 locations, open 7 days a week, or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
We're hiring residential garage door installers at Overhead Door Company of Kansas City. Join the team trusted here since 1927. Apply today, get a call today. No experience necessary. Paid training for motivated applicants to install garage doors. Hiring bonus up to $2,500. Mechanical, carpentry, or service industry experience is a plus. Good benefits include health, dental, vision, and pension. Earn as you learn to service the best garage door customers in KC. Apply today at overheaddoorkc.com.
Guys, let's talk about your prostate. If an enlarged prostate has you rushing to the nearest restroom, frustrated and uncomfortable because you need to go but can't, or it's keeping you up at night, it's time to fix it. Clarity Care offers prostate artery embolization. PAE is a simple office treatment that can shrink your prostate and relieve your symptoms so you can get back to enjoying life. No surgery, just relief. Call Clarity Care today or visit kcprostate.com.
Looking for the best food, drinks, and game day vibes? The Landing Eatery and Pub in Liberty has you covered. Happy hour Monday through Friday, 3 to 7 p.m. with great drink specials. Game day buckets, 5 beers or seltzers. Keep the party going Saturday and all day Sunday. Catch every play on over 68 TVs while enjoying our massive 102-item menu. Love live music? Our neon-lit smoking patio has bands Thursday through Sunday. Don't miss out. Check out our daily specials at landingeateryandpub.com.
Here's traffic brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Northland 35 southbound, very heavy from Pleasant Valley Road all the way down towards the Churchill Trafficway with an accident in the left lane. Kansas side 35 northbound slows before Antioch, stays heavy up past 635 with an accident. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Kansas City, this is Michael Massey. Listen to the play-by-play all season long with Denny, Jake, Ryan, and Stu right here on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, an Odyssey Sports Station.
Here comes the 2-2 pitch to Schneemann. Swung on and missed. Strike three. Reagan's got him with a changeup. His 10th strikeout of the afternoon. And Cole Reagans has struck out at least 10 batters in now 3 consecutive starts. Just the second pitcher in Royals history to do so. He joins Kevin Apier, who did it in 1996. And Reagans is not done yet.
Well, he was. Kevin Apier, what a name, right? Cole Reagans doing things that Kevin Apier did so many years ago, almost 30 years ago next year.
Everybody can picture his wind-up, right? Like, it's just, there's Dusty doing it.
All the way back,
All
baby.
the way back, man. Spaceman Bob had llamas or emus. I forget what it was out in Lewisburg.
But we talked about it because this was Reagan's back-to-back opening day start. Apier, I think, has the record of it's like 7 or 9, something like that, consecutive opening day starts for the Royals. Obviously, Apier, the last pitcher to go 3 consecutive starts with 10 or more strikeouts. Reagan was absolutely dealing on Sunday, but you needed it, right?
Yeah.
That was that game where it was like, hey, man, I don't want to tell you, don't give up more than 2 because this team only scores 3. And luckily, you had a guy named Salvador Perez, who some might consider washed.
0-2. Swing and a ball pretty well hit. Deep left center field. Quan back to the warning track looking up. And it's out of here. It's a 2-run homer. Salvi ties the game with a home run to left center. Over the high wall here at Progressive Field. And the Royals have tied it 2-2. That's number 2 on the year for Salvador Perez. Boy, did the Royals need that.
No doubt.
That felt like a deep sigh of relief seeing somebody do something like that in a moment like that to give the lead, to help this team kind of get a little bit of a strike. I think they ended up winning 4-2 was the final score of that game yesterday. So great outing by Reagans. Good plate appearance by Sal. Isbell 3 hits. Michael Garcia 3 hits. Nowhere do we mention Bobby Witt Jr. That's okay. That's sometimes.
Fine, yeah.
But damn, man, does this team need to start hitting?
They do. Everybody in baseball needs to start hitting. I'm interested in what Vern's take is going to be on the offense coming up when we talked to him at about 8:30 this morning. But I feel like that Salvi home run there, you heard Stu at the end. Boy, did they need it. Mm-hmm. I texted you guys. I said, just kind of write this one down. Just kind of keep this one filed back. Maybe it means something. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. But it's like one of those notes you take over the course of a season. Like, was that the moment where they started to kind of break out? Because being down 2-0 after losing the first 2 games of that series, you thought, thought down 2-0. Oh, boy, there's no way they're going to come back. This seems insurmountable. And then you had Salvador Perez hit that home run, which is interesting to me. And I don't know if you guys know the answer to this question. Was he on Twitter before that home run? Do we know? Was he reading Twitter? Because I did see on there that Rob Breton said we're about ready to have the Salvi is washed conversation. That starts today. And then Carrington chimed in and said, I don't know, Rob, I think he is washed. I think Salvador Perez is a big washed hitter, and we need to find somebody else to replace him in the lineup, Rob. I agree, Carrington. Salvador Perez is washed. Boom, home run.
Boom. I mean, I sent it to you guys because I just happened to see that because of this bit that you do, which cracks me up.
It's the best.
Why are we so quick to wash guys, man?
Wash. Yeah, they're not dirty.
I mean, we washed Travis Kelce.
We?
Well, not we, but not they. I don't know, Rob. Travis Kelce and Salvador Perez ought to get an apartment together. They could call it Washed Village. Free tapioca on Tuesdays. Come live at Washed Village with me, Salvador Perez, and Travis Kelce.
No, it just because I still don't understand the algorithm of Twitter because he tweeted it such a long, he sent it on Friday.
He did?
Yeah, it was
I thought it was right before the at-bat.
No, it just so happened that I sent it to you right before the at-bat.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because he had tweeted, I'm trying to find it, but he said something. He's like, today may not be the day, but it seems like we're having the conversation.
Seems like we should start having the conversation about,
So, he sent it on Saturday.
Did he type psych at the end of that?
No, he said, I don't know today is the day, but the talk about Salvi being washed might be coming. He's 34 and isn't hitting at all this year. I sent that to you guys, and then immediately Salvador Perez hit a home run.
Immediately hit the home run.
Yeah.
So I thought he just tweeted that out on Sunday, sitting around, all right, this guy isn't hitting. So I'll tell you what, Carrington, on Monday we need to talk about Salvador Perez being washed. Who's more washed, Carrington, Salvador Perez, or Travis Kelce? 913-586-7965.
Royals 8-8. They go visit the Yankees, who are 8-7 tonight at 6:05. His first pitch, Seth Lugo versus Carlos Carrasco. Vern's pregame show or Vern's on deck show will be at 5:00. So they get 3 hours of wash talk.
Lucky them.
Let me ask you this, and I'm going to continue to ask you this every single time this guy pitches. Who's better at their job, Mahomes or Reagans? I mean, Cole Reagans is now getting into that category where every time he does something, it becomes a new stat of Patrick Mahomes, He's the only quarterback to do this. Now Cole Reagans is joining all these elusive clubs 3 straight games with 10 or more strikeouts. Does anybody look like a more stone-cold killer on the mound, too, than Cole Reagans? That guy gives 0 Fs, man. He doesn't care. He's just going to go strike your ass out.
Yeah, short-term memory, too.
Whew.
Someone will hit on, doesn't care.
Doesn't care. Yeah, but when people hit on me, I don't know. That's nice. I like it. But for Cole Reagans, man, I know I'm being facetious when I say that.
Of course.
No, but
he's starting to kind of get into that category.
He's
every
amazing.
time he pitches, it's something historic.
To give you some credit to your take, what he's done the last 3 starts is very similar to when Mahomes had his first 3 starts in the NFL. When it was 6 touchdowns, 4 touchdowns. I think, what do you have, 14 touchdowns or whatever it was
Something
in his
like
first
that.
3
Yeah.
starts?
I'm trying to remember now.
Because he threw 6 against Pittsburgh. He threw 4 against the Chargers.
Yeah, he had 10 in his first 2.
And he threw for 1,000 plus in his first 3 starts on the road to his MVP season. Reagans went 11 strikeouts, 10 strikeouts, 10 strikeouts. 31 strikeouts in 19 innings is egregious.
Oh, it's insane.
The guy is on pace right now to lead the American League of Strikeouts, start the All-Star game, and he and this cat from Seattle are about the 2 that are up at the top for Cy Young. Again, it's early, but damn, you like to see this now, especially when he's pitching in cold conditions. It's not,
that's the other thing,
and
right?
they will tell you that it is an advantage for a pitcher to pitch in the cold as opposed to be a batter because it's just harder to get warmer and all that sort of stuff. Like Bob's been mentioning all morning, the batting's struggling around the league because and I heard Ryan Lefevre say this the other day, they go from being in Arizona or Jupiter, Florida to Minnesota, Cleveland, Detroit, Chicago,
stupid.
and you're we were just hitting in 75, 80-degree weather. It's when Bob comes back from Arizona, he's yeah, this sucks.
Well, but you think about it, though. We do this spring training stuff in the most perfect of climates, and then we open on March 28th in Cleveland.
Yeah.
That doesn't make
what are
any
we
sense.
doing?
Or Detroit or Minnesota or these northern cities. So you've conditioned guys for 6 to 8 weeks in perfect conditions. All right, get on a plane. We're going up here to Minnesota. It's 32 degrees below zero, and it's snowing.
What the hell?
Yankees minus 145 on the money line tonight. Royals plus 120. So if you want to
punch it.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I like the pitching matchup.
I mean,
you got Lugo against some guy who can't get out of the first.
Carlos Carrasco. Yeah, he's got a 7.71 ERA and a whip of 183.
You want to talk about washed?
And he's only pitched 11 innings. Lugo 16 and 2/3, 3.24 ERA with a whip of 120, 12 strikeouts, 6 walks. The other thing that's impressive about Reagan's zero walks.
Yeah, no walks.
19 and 2/3 innings since he's thrown a walk.
19 and 2/3. What was it? 31 strikeouts, 0 walks.
Jeez.
That is hog flexing.
I mean, that is
here's my left arm. Good luck.
I mean, this has the opportunity, if it continues like this,
Oh, yeah.
to be better than Zach Greinke's Cy Young Award year in 2009, because the Royals are winning also, too, right?
Yeah.
In 2009, name another player on the team. But now you've got a situation where the team is winning. It's going to contend for the division, probably the second best team in the division right now. And you've got a guy that's dominating, like literally dominating, like we have not seen since 2009 here in KC. And I don't know if this continues and keeps up. How do you not have Cole Reagans as your All-Star Game starter, your Cy Young Award candidate, your top candidate to win the Cy Young Award? And, I mean, everybody in baseball by July, if this continues, should know who Cole Reagans is.
Zach Greinke in 2009 had a 10.4 WAR that led baseball. He had a 2.16 ERA that led baseball. Wow. He pitched 229 innings. Reagans can probably get there. Mm-hmm. And he had 242 strikeouts. So, I mean, you do that, sign me up. I mean, start the All-Star game.
Give me Zach Greinke's numbers. Compare them to Reagan's numbers if you have those up right now, like his ERA versus what Greinke, just to see kind of where we are. I'm sure he's trending right now to have better numbers than Zach Greinke did. That's just the way it goes.
The strikeouts would probably be, I think everything's pretty similar to what, Greinke did. So right now, Cole Reagans in this season, 2025, he is 1-0. He has a 2.28 ERA, whereas Zach Greinke finished the year with a 2.16.
2.16.
He did.
Okay.
Yep. Cole Reagans has pitched 23 and 2/3 innings, and he has 34 strikeouts. That leads baseball because it's italicized.
Yeah.
He has 34 strikeouts in 23 innings. His ERA is 2.28, and his WAR is 0.8. So, again, he's got to keep doing this for a while.
Yeah, right. But we're talking about just where we can only talk about what we've seen so far, and that's why we say if this continues, because I know people get all out of their way. You said no, I didn't say that.
Right.
Listen, he's on pace to be better than what Zach Greinke was, and he's on pace every time he goes out to do something historic. It's wild, man.
What's really insane is that in 3 years with the Kansas City Royals, Cole Reagans has pitched 281 innings and he has 346 strikeouts.
That's crazy. Which is going to look as a better contract, Cole Reagans or Bobby Witt?
I don't know, man. But Cole Reagans is pitching his way to get that thing extended even further on than what it already was.
I think he's going to be washed soon, Carrington. I wouldn't pitch him again.
Coming up, a guy that would never use the term wash, Josh Vernier, his On Deck show again, 5 o'clock tonight. He joins us next here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
What the hell's wrong with your station?
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, yesterday was a big day. We went over to Hy-Vee and we had breakfast. And if you're thinking to yourself, breakfast at Hy-Vee? Oh, yeah, let me tell you, man, you can order whatever you want. You want pancakes, you want biscuits and gravy, you want French toast, you want eggs, you want omelets. You can get it all at Hy-Vee. I had their veggie omelet yesterday. My wife had the avocado toast. We got stuff to go for the kids. It was perfect to have breakfast at Hy-Vee. I had a great side of fruit. They have amazing hash browns as well. So if you're looking for that great breakfast spot, Hy-Vee is it. They serve breakfast from 6 to 11 all during the week, and then from 6 to 2 on the weekends. You can even get that peanut butter bacon burger if you want any time of day at Hy-Vee. And right now, today is the day to get into Hy-Vee because they're always looking for ways to save you money, like newer, lower prices in every department throughout the store. And on top of that, you can save money at the pump as well. Today only, earn a 40-cent per gallon fuel discount with every $60 in groceries that you purchase. So spend 60, get 40 cents off per gallon. Spend 120, get 80 cents off per gallon. Stock up for the Easter holiday, and all of those fuel savings will add up as well. So get on into Hy-Vee today and save money. 40 cents per gallon fuel discount with every $60 in groceries that you spend, only at Hy-Vee.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Kansas City. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hey guys, it's Cody Tapp, and I want to keep telling you about my progress over at Awaken 180 Weight Loss. I've lost 30 pounds, which was my goal, thanks to Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Look, maybe you got the pool, vacations, life got busy on you. It did for me. I wanted to make a change so I had more energy for my kids, so that the Superbone foot didn't hurt anymore. And I'm feeling so much better. The pressure off my knees, and I've had 3 surgeries, so I needed that. And everything else in between has made me feel so much better over at Awaken 180 Weight Loss. 6 weeks, 30 pounds. That's what I did, and you can do as well. I did it with no medications, no extra working out, no calorie counting, just the help with the people over at the Awaken 180 at-home program. At home, meaning you don't have to leave your house in order to talk to Awaken 180. Make sure your summer is everything you want it to be and give them a call. 844-346-1800 or find out even more online at awaken180weightloss.com. That's awaken180weightloss.com.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Living with chronic joint pain is like trying to get comfortable on a cactus sofa. Nothing feels good. And forget trying to do the things you enjoy this spring, like golfing, hiking, and tennis. You're just trying to get by. I want you to know something. The medical pros at QC Kinetics right here in Kansas City are on the case and focused to finally get you the relief you need. They've already treated tens of thousands of patients around the country with regenerative treatments that help calm that debilitating joint pain in your knees, your hips, your shoulders, and your back. With QC Kinetics, the science is solid. They give you your life back without surgery, without drugs, and without any downtime. Curious if you'd be a candidate for these treatments? No problem. The consultation is totally free, and they're happy to take a look to see if they can help you finally get the relief that you deserve. Call now and find out how easy it is to get back to enjoying life without chronic joint pain. Call QC Kinetics now, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Northland 35 southbound gets heavy before Pleasant Valley Road and just crawls down towards the Choteau traffic way with an earlier problem blocking the left lane. Kansas side 35 northbound heavy from Shawnee Mission Parkway up past 635 with an accident. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
It is that time on a Monday where we get to maintain lone tones. We get to dial it back in because, I don't know. Vern's got a nice little setup at the K. He wasn't there, hasn't been there because he's been on the road. Not on the road, but the team's been on the road. Surely he saw this.
Delivers.
Caglione gives it a right out to left.
That's all you need to hear. Vern, how are you on this lovely Tuesday? Monday.
I'm doing very well. Yeah. How you doing, man?
I wish it was Tuesday.
How the hell you think I'm doing?
I would imagine, yeah. I mentioned it on the postgame show yesterday when Cags went deep. Yeah, my mind tends to drift to Dusty when Cags does something big.
Yeah, it should, right?
Yeah, it's impressive. Are we okay? So again, I'm not saying it's time for Caglione to come up to the majors, but are we done with Double A? Is it time? Let's move it up?
Sure. Yeah, that'd be fine with me. But. 8 games?
Mm-hmm.
Has he played 8 games? Is that what it is? 8 or 9?
I think it's 8.
9 games?
8, 9. Okay.
Yeah, I don't see the need to bump him up to AAA. But if they want to, it's certainly not something I'm vehemently against. It's, yeah, sure. If you want to bump him up to AAA, start giving him some time in the corner outfield. Go for it. It seems strange that that's all you needed to see was 9 games.
Well, I guess if I defend
again,
my
it's
take,
not an indictment on Cags. It's more of what's the plan with the organization. You're telling me the plan was you needed 9 games? That doesn't seem like much of a plan. But, yeah, if they want to do it, go for it.
Well, I guess to defend it is just because of, how hard he's hitting the ball. The way he's seeing the ball.
But he knew he would do that.
Yeah,
he did that in spring training.
But at this consistent rate already, 9 games in, and he's absolutely just not. He hasn't dissipated once. He's continued to ride that hot wave of okay, this guy's clearly better than everybody else when he gets up to the plate more often than not.
Sure.
Because I don't know if I've ever seen 120 go to the left side of the field, let alone. I don't know. I mean, and again, I know that I'm eager.
They also didn't. I think some of that's overblown. They didn't keep track of exit velos of Double-A hitters up until 3, 4, 5 years ago. Yeah. So I mean, I'm sure Hosmer destroyed somebody in Double-A 120 to the opposite field.
Fair.
There's no doubt about it. Cags is a weapon. I want him to remain a weapon, right? Whenever he is called upon, let it be to be a weapon and not the savior.
What are we looking for, though, Vern? Just in general with the Royals and prospects and everything, what tells them that they're ready to move that guy up to the next level? Take us inside their mind.
Quality at bats, right? Because of what we've seen from Cags as far as power. That's why he's a top 100 prospect. That's why he was the first-round draft pick. But the question is as the competition starts to adjust, which I don't know if Double-A pitching is adjusting 9 games into the Double-A season, but as they begin to pitch you differently, again, Double-A pitching, that is, can you adjust? Because the jump to Triple-A is something. The jump to big league baseball is enormous, as we've seen, right? AAA, if Cags is doing this at Double-A, I would have to imagine he's going to destroy the International League, a very offensive-heavy league. You look at the numbers that Drew Waters put up last year, this year at AAA. It's big-time stuff. So the question is are you a well-rounded baseball player? We know you have one of the 5 tools. So far, Cags, I believe, 10 strikeouts, 5 walks in 9 games. Okay, that's not disappointing. That's not an eye-popping strikeout number for Cags. But, defensively, a pair of throwing errors at first base. You need to find a spot for him at the big league level. I really don't think you want to bring him up and have him be a designated hitter. Of the 5 tools, we know he can hit for power. Can he hit to all fields for average? Can he defend? Running the bases, I'm not really all that concerned about. We know the arm's there. So, 2 of the 5 boxes, I would say, have already been checked. It just comes down to taking quality at bats, working your walks, and again, hitting 289 with an OPS in the 900s is it's not impressive. That's what he should be doing if he's somebody that we believe is on the doorstep of the big leagues. The numbers need to stay eye-popping throughout AA and AAA if we really think he's going to be a weapon this year at the big league level.
Talk with Josh Vernier, our Royals insider. Cole Reagan's obviously now a weapon, Vern. I joke with these guys every time he pitches. Who's better at their job, Reagan's or Mahomes, right? And I'm being facetious, obviously, but it seems like every time this guy pitches, there's another new, like, oh, my God, stat that comes out about Cole Reagan's. What kind of start is he having, in your opinion, to this season, and can it be better than that 09 Greinke year?
Well, the games are more than likely the games are going to be more meaningful. So, yeah, he can have a more impactful year than Greinke's outstanding 2009. The Mahomes comparison is suddenly on point. As we know, Mahomes is the best. Reagan's is now rubbing elbows with the best of the best currently in the big leagues. When I look at his season, yesterday stands out. The first two outings, double-digit strikeouts. In the most recent two, he's outperformed by Ben Lively on opening day. The first three times out, I'm not that impressed, honestly. Double-digit punch-outs. Strikeouts are great, but I need innings out of this rotation because 16 games into the season, and the sophomore album sure does sound a lot like the debut album, where the rotation needs to do it all. And we're asking Salvi, Vinny, and Bobby to play Hercules on a nightly basis. Yeah. But what Reagan's did yesterday, 7 2/3 of not on my watch type of stuff, that was as encouraging a performance that I've ever seen from Cole Reagan's. Probably the most encouraging performance. I mean, Brady Singer had a few where he put the team on his back, but that's exactly what Reagan's did yesterday. I mean, that final line, 7 2/3, 1 run, 10 punch-outs, no walks. It's been duplicated by only 4 pitchers in Royals franchise history. 34 strikeouts in his first 4 outings. That's only been matched by the aforementioned Zach Greinke back in 2009. With the concerns that this team has offensively, with the disappointing start to the season from the defense, and with the loss of Hunter Harvey, boy, it was all on Cole Reagan's yesterday. Yeah, sure. Going into it, I said, hey, you're going to need a Vinny, Salvi, Bobby. Somebody needs to do something big. But this game's all on Cole Reagan's. I don't care what Cleveland's pitching staff does. If they throw a one-hitter, Cole, I need you to throw a no-hitter. It was a day for unrealistic demands. But that's the kind of caliber, that's the type of pitcher that Cole Reagan's is, and he absolutely delivered in a fashion that allows me to believe that Game 7 of the World Series, he can stare down Blake Snell, he can stare down Corbin Burns, he can stare down Max Fried. It just doesn't matter who the opponent is. What I saw yesterday from Cole Reagan's was Smoltzian, Bumgardner, Bob Gibson, the type of Pedro Martinez, the win day stuff, the biggest of games. You have a guy that can rise above it all. Hopefully it's coming across. That was as impressive a pitching performance as Matt Quatrero, in my opinion, has been on the bench for in Kansas City.
Well, Vern, you might get your wish because I believe, just looking at scores and games today, I believe there is one Tarek Skubal pitching tonight for Detroit and one Cole Reagan's pitching tonight, or I guess he pitched yesterday. Could they mesh up on Friday, or will we miss that by a day?
I don't. Well, no. If he's going today.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah, there's no off days in between. But hey, whatever.
Yeah,
those two will square off at some point. You are going to get, you are going to see Tarek Skubal, so there's a nightmare for the offense, and then Max Fried coming up tomorrow should also be a very nice test.
Yeah, and then Vern, I want to bring this up because Bob and I talked about it probably a month or so ago. Where do you rank this Cole Reagan's trade for Aroldis Chapman in Royals franchise history?
5th. I was asked that question on the postgame show. I put the Kane and Eski deal number 1
in history of the franchise.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I put that number 1. I think you have to go. Wade Davis, James Shields 2, maybe Hal McRae 3, Amos Otis 4, and then Cole Reagan's in the 5 spot. Just because those top 4 all have pennants or world titles. Hopefully Cole Reagan's can't enter that conversation, and if he does, Depending on his role in that championship, yeah, he could leapfrog at Amos Otis. He could start battling a Hal McRae and a Wade Davis, but right now I put him in the 5 spot.
Okay, that's fair. You mentioned the cold bats and whatnot, and Salvi and Vinny and Bobby having to feel like Hercules to carry the team. How much of their cold start, if you will, is it an attribute to the fact that they're worried about, okay, I got to go out there and hit the 5-run homer because MJ and Renfroe and other guys aren't getting the job done, like feeling the extra pressure, not only to go out there and perform, but perform because others aren't?
Yeah, possibly. I've certainly seen Salvi expand the strike zone, but we've seen that for the past decade. You know, for as much as some want to focus on MJ and Renfroe and 2 guys that are really should be occupying 1 spot in the lineup.
Right.
It's just, an injury to Marcana, Jonathan India out of the lineup yesterday. And when there's no India in the lineup, well, it's last year's offense. Yesterday's lineup, that was 2024. And if anyone remembers 2024, that offense was middle of the road. And the only way that 2024 offense achieved middle of the road was Herculean efforts from Salvi, Bobby, and Vinny. So that was the expectation yesterday. But let's be real. 16 games into the season, Salvi's been well below average. League average OPS is about 700. Salvi with a bomb yesterday gets that OPS just above 600. Now, Salvi's underlying metrics, I know you're not interested in those, but his underlying metrics would tell you he's about to break out. He's making good contact. He's had a little bit of tough luck. Can't say the same for Michael Massey. His OPS is more than 225 points below league average. Jonathan India, OPS about 100 points below league average. Vinny, still below league average. So, listen, if I told you going into the season that India, Vinny, Massey, Salvi, your 1, 3, 4, and 5 hitters are all going to be below league average, we would never get to MJ Melendez and Hunter Renfroe. That would never come up in the conversation because the guys that we knew needed to be good, even if the team was great, the guys you knew needed to be good have not been good. So until that turns around, this offense is not going to find itself outside of the bottom 5 in the sport in most offensive categories like they are right now.
We face the Yankees tonight. Your pregame show starts at 5 o'clock here at 96.5 The Fan. Vern, I want to bring this up because these 2 teams, at least in my opinion, couldn't be polar opposites of each other. The Yankees hit anything and everything as much as possible, but they can't pitch. The Royals can't hit themselves out of a wet paper sack right now, but they have a top 3, top 5 starting rotation. Something gives in this series. Advantage Royals, advantage Yankees. What say, Mr. Vern?
Well, I think you look at the other 3 aspects, right? Okay, Yankees have the better offense. Royals have the better pitching. You would think pitching's going to beat hitting, but there are 3 other facets of the game. I mentioned the defense earlier. Royals' defense has not been good enough. Now, some of it is Hunter Renfroe. Some of it is some misplays by the pitching staff. Bobby makes a mistake. Massey doesn't turn the double play. Massey's track record, Bobby's track record lends you to believe that it's an aberration. They'll move past it. Well, they better this week. You better in New York. You better in Detroit because defensive miscues, being middle of the road on the base paths, being middle of the road bullpen without Hunter Harvey, you would think just because we become accustomed to saying, well, the Royals have the better defense. Well, the Royals have the better base running team. That better be the case in New York. I think those 3 facets of the game, defense, base running, and bullpen, will decide the series. Royals are equipped. They have some quality arms in the pen. You know they have speed, and you know they have gold glove caliber defenders. It's on them to come out there in the Bronx and produce. I think that dictates who takes 2 of 3.
How big are these Harvey and Long injuries, Vern?
Well, the Long injury, the performance that we've seen from him so far this season, that injury doesn't hurt. Evan Sisk is a new look in the bullpen. I wish nothing but the best for Sam Long. Hopefully you get right. But every single time he was on the hill this season, he saw a run come across to score. And maybe not always his run, but a run always came across to score when Sam Long was on the bump. Hunter Harvey was statistically your best reliever before he went down, at least the way that I see it, right? He allowed 1 base runner total across 5 1/3, 6 appearances. You no longer have that bridge to Urseg, to Estevez. Hopefully, Angel Zerpa, John Schreiber, maybe even the two new guys that you got from Minnesota in Steven Cruz and Evan Sisk. Maybe they can step up, but like I mentioned earlier with Reagans, if the offense is bad, if the defense and base running are middle of the road, if the bullpen is middle of the road, well, wow, that's a lot of pressure to put on the rotation. But they showed us last year they're able to handle it. So tonight you look at Seth Lugo and say, just like you did to Cole Reagans, hey, the punch-outs are great, but I need outs. I need innings. I want you to hand the ball to Lucas Urseg in the 8th inning. 6-7 innings out of Seth Lugo. That just becomes the expectation in my mind until someone steps up in the spot of Hunter Harvey or he returns. Until then, all the onus, all the pressure falls on the rotation and those big bats at the top.
Vern, last one here for you. I know you mentioned before last week when you were going into this big 10-game stretch, Cleveland was the revenge, or I guess the divisional revenge. New York was the revenge of how last season went. Are you looking at guys like Bobby and Sal and maybe, those guys that watch that team celebrate on their own field, advancing the playoffs in this matchup in these 3 games? Or is it more so just give me something offensively and show some flashes of the glove?
Yeah, push come to shove, I choose the latter. By any means necessary, get 2 of 3, get to 3-3 on this road trip, have a chance to walk away from this sizable 10-game trip with a 500 record. I'll take it from any Royals player as far as how you're going to go about picking up that victory. But just like any game, as I'm driving to the ballpark tonight, it's Seth Lugo, it's Bobby Witt Jr., Salvi, and Vinny. These are the guys that when presented with the big moment, I need them to come out on top. Because on the flip side, when Aaron Judge comes to the dish, when Luke Weaver or Devin Williams is on the bump, I think they're going to get the job done. Royals have the pitching advantage, certainly tonight in the opener. We'll see about the next 2. Big one tonight, and just like going into every Chiefs game, we can talk about X factors, but it comes down to Mahomes, Kelsey, and Chris Jones. We can talk about X factors tonight, but it comes down to Lugo, Salvi, and Bobby.
No doubt about it, Vern. The fans got a chance to call in tonight on the On Deck show and win some tickets, don't they?
Yes, sir. 5:15, your chance to get tickets to see the Astros come to town and grab one of those Mike Moustakas 2015 championship bobbleheads.
God, I hope somebody says they were listening in the morning and heard that information. That's why they called in tonight. Vern, let's go get those pinstripes. 2 out of 3 would be very, very nice before the 4 in Detroit.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
That's right. Josh Verner, our Royals insider here on 96.5 The Fan. His On Deck show tonight. 5 o'clock, again, 5:15. You can get a chance to win. That crowd's going to be huge for that Moose bobblehead.
Oh, hell yeah, it is, right?
Hey, do you guys get any extra tickets?
Yeah, everybody's going to want that bobblehead.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Absolutely, man.
I love that. He said some interesting stuff there.
He
Fifth
did.
The biggest trade.
Yeah.
Jones, Kelsey, and Mahomes.
Get Kurt Nelson on the line. I want to know where he thinks that trade ranks, too, because the Kane Esky one and the Wade Davis one, top 2 trades, we don't have 14 and 15 without those 2 trades. We probably don't have
16 or 17.
Yeah, right. No, but I mean,
yeah.
But I mean, like the Kane and Esky trade and the Wade Davis trade. Gene
it's the
Watson was in his underwear.
Amos Otis one that's got you kind of in a shuffle.
Not really.
Okay.
No, Hal was such a big part of this organization, and so was Amos Otis. The fact that Cole Reagans is already number 5 and he hasn't been in that category of winning a championship yet is kind of the surprising one. I thought Vern, being the level-headed baseball guy, would say something like, yeah, we're still waiting to kind of see. But I'm also trying to think of like other big-time trades that have really benefited this organization. And quite honestly, most of the trades that they made have been stinkers for this organization. I mean, you think of the David Cohn trade twice. You think of the Dye trade. You think of the Damon trade. You think of the Beltran trade. Right? Like you think of all of those trades that we've had over the years that we looked at, we were giving away a great player and not getting anything back in return.
Because Davis and Shields was Will Myers, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then Greinke was Kane and Esky.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, I just want to make sure I was clear on that. We'll
Yeah.
come back
and they told us we couldn't live without Will Myers, the nerds did.
I did. I was young. I was like, that's my future. Tiny voice.
Yeah,
okay.
exactly.
No. The NFL said
prospects. Trade them all.
The NFL said something about Christmas that might give Chiefs fans some good news. We'll dive into that, and we'll see if Gene's on the other side here at 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
What's up, Kansas City? This is Jonathan India here, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, we were admiring our lawn this weekend, looking at it going, man, the guys from Aspen Lawn and Pest Control have done an unbelievable job, and it's only been 2 weeks, but man, it looks better than anything we could have ever done. And we know, because we tried for well over a decade to get our lawn looking the right way. Weeds and trees and all this kind of stuff. We're like, I just can't do it anymore. What are we going to do? Let's call the folks over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control and put their college-educated professionals to the test. And if they can fix our yard, they can fix anybody's yard. And our yard looks awesome. It is green. There are no dandelions. It's cut perfectly. I'm looking at it every day going, man, I can't believe this is my yard. And then once the mosquito dome goes over the house that they're going to put up here in the next couple of weeks, we're not going to have mosquitoes. We're not going to have ticks. We're not going to have fleas. Everything's going to be awesome in our backyard. So if you're tired of fighting the good fight with that lawn, call Aspen Lawn and Pest Control and let them take care of business. They've been around since 1985, and they offer full-service lawn care, irrigation, and pest control. Plus, if you mention you heard this ad, you'll get a free estimate and up to half off your first application. So don't wait. Call them today or visit aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
Buckle up and hang on. This is going to be a good one.
The fans of Kansas Speedway know how to have a good time. One that celebrates fantastic finishes.
Crash together. So close.
And family-friendly facilities. Trading paint.
We've got feuding.
And tailgating tradition. Burnouts. Beer. And barbecue. Oh, it'll for sure be a good time. And you are all invited. NASCAR weekend at Kansas Speedway, May 9th through the 11th. Get your tickets now at kansasspeedway.com.
Whether you're digging a pond, clearing brush, grading property, or doing demo, Foley Equipment, your local Caterpillar dealer, is your one-stop shop. Buy or rent, Foley Equipment has the machines you need to get the job done. And right now, Foley has 0% financing on new cat skid steers, mini excavators, and compact track loaders. Stop by any Foley Equipment location today or visit us at FoleyEQ.com. That's FoleyEQ.com.
Man, are you over 40 and struggling with low energy, not feeling like yourself? Low T Center's testosterone replacement therapy is the solution. Get started today by visiting one of our conveniently located clinics. Meet a medical provider and get back to feeling your best. This April only, the consultation is free. Treatment is tailor-made just for you and is covered by most major insurance. Get treated at our centers or from home. Why wait? Book your appointment now at lowtcenter.com. That's lowtcenter.com.
During the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel is giving all customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today, and you'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/Alex to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NBA and 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Kansas. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under an agreement with Kansas Star Casino, LLC. Gambling problem? Getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit ksgamblinghelp.com.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Midwest Auto Services. Missouri side, Northland 35 southbound. Gets heavy before Pleasant Valley Road, but recovers by the time you get to Vivian. Earlier problem at the Shoto Trafficway has cleared. Is driving your vehicle like fighting a wild bull? Does it lead, pull, or feel out of sync when you accelerate or brake? Are you replacing tires a lot due to poor wear? Let Midwest Auto Services check your alignment. Call 816-224-4247 or MidwestAutoservices.com. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Matt, did you see the guy this weekend that handled the beehive by his bare hand?
No, it wasn't during that Saturday night NBA game he was waiting for.
Exactly right.
That's like Ned Yost's grandson or something here.
That was spring training, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Because then I was at a game, too, one time, and Ned did the water line broke or something in the bullpen, and there was, flooding water coming down the track. And Ned walked out there to go check it out.
Of course he did. Yeah, who else would do that,
It was
right?
hilarious.
You need something fixed, you call Ned. We used to joke about that all the time.
Yeah.
Hey, Ned, I got something in my house that's not right. I'll come over and check it out. All right.
Bees.
Who's over at the house? It's Ned under the sink, Jen. What?
I mean, some guys just have all the craft, man.
I wish I was one of those guys because I got none of that in me.
Yeah.
None of that.
My buddy Brian, you can just call him and be like, hey, can you come over and help me mount this TV, put these pictures up, and then possibly look at my furnace? He's like, yeah, I'll be over at 6.
Yeah, that's like our friend Nathan. He does the same. Our friend Nathan Bowden.
Yeah.
Shout out Nathan with the knee surgery. I hope it's going well. I was actually thinking about him driving in this morning. I got to text Nathan, make sure his knee's okay. And he's one of those guys. Hey, Nathan, I got this thing that's out of whack. Hey, I'll be over in 10 minutes. And fixes it. You're like, how do you know this stuff, YouTube?
It's kind of like yeah.
A lot of it's YouTube,
Yeah, these days. It's like my stepdad, you'll be like, yeah, there's something going on with my car. Do you mind looking at it? He's like, yeah, it's over here, your alternate. I'm like, how do you know this? He's like, lots of years. But again, what sucks is he's getting phased out because all these cars are getting so complex with parts where it's now it's he's like, I don't know anymore. He's like, give me a 1999 like that. He's like, I'll pop the trunk and I'll tell you where. Now everything's so hidden and it's different. It's
the batteries now are being hidden so bad that you have to take them in because what they're doing now is God love them. They're building cars that they're good, right?
Yeah.
They're not breaking down every 10 minutes. You don't need a new one constantly. So what they're doing now is they're making it more difficult for you to do your home repairs and you got to bring it in. You try to get your battery changed out or something like that. Forget about that, man. You got to take it into the dealer.
Do you know
now.
where my battery is in my car?
It's probably, let me guess, you have the same car my wife used to have, so it's, I want to say under the seat or some weird place.
It is. It's under the right passenger, the right, the captain's chair in the back behind the passenger. You have to push it.
So it's in the back seat.
Yeah, you have to push it all the way back, and then it's 4 screws. You lift that up, and then the battery's in there perfectly confined and tight.
In the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot
Not
of times.
Not even in the hood anymore.
No, they're building them under,
It's crazy, man.
What are they doing this for? They go, well, they get you back in to get the battery changed. I'm like, oh, my God. Making it that much more difficult because a lot of these places advertise free battery change with a purchase, right? You've seen those commercials. And then you go there and go, yeah, if this car's not before 2002, we're not going to be able to change this. Well, nobody's driving those cars anymore. So, yeah, no more free battery changes because they're so wedged in there right now. You got to take the whole damn car apart. God, Dusty, we sound old.
So we had a big discussion about the Chiefs and Christmas Day. And Pro Football Talk wrote an article that, of course, we know that we talked about this. The Chiefs volunteered to become the permanent fixture on Christmas Day. Mike North, the NFL's VP, of broadcast planning and scheduling, recently addressed that.
Hell of a job, right?
And many other topics during his appearance on It's Always Game Day in Buffalo, a podcast.
Right, with our friend Sal Capaccio.
He said, I'm not sure that's going to become a tradition quite the way Thanksgiving is, North said. I mean, think about what it took for that tradition, right? The Lions since the 30s, the Cowboys since the 60s. We didn't commit to a third site on Thanksgiving when we brought that back about 20 years ago. We rotated that around. I imagine we're going to keep rotating Christmas around too.
Good.
Happy with that. One word.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's nice that they want that and all, but we're not going to do that, okay? Yeah, that's awesome. I think it's good. It really is. It was unique the first year. Okay, fine, you got your Netflix thing the second year. But now we don't need to be in the rotation for Christmas Day every year. I'm glad the NFL has said, look, we're probably going to be playing on Christmas all the time,
right?
But we're not making the Chiefs the star of the show. We will rotate this thing around some. And so, yeah, Thanksgiving, we're going to have our traditions, I guess. But if Christmas was on a Thursday every year, it's a different conversation.
Right.
You're playing on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, every day of the week, Christmas
Friday
falls.
this year? Thursday this year.
What was it? Wednesday? This wasn't a leap. Yeah, so Thursday. So
Thursday.
Thursday this year. Yeah.
Why don't I just get out my damn
because
smartphone?
they've already said they're going to have Thursday night football. There's already going to be 3 Christmas Day games on Christmas because it is a Thursday night, which is fine. I have no problem with doing something like that
Thursday
on a one-off. Right? You got a standalone Thursday. Okay, fine. Sunday, fine. You want to do it like that? Fine. The Tuesday, the Wednesday, the Friday stuff. Like the Friday after Thanksgiving was cool because everybody was off and it was just a day. You could do something like that. It wasn't an inconvenience. It's not a holiday that you want to be with your family on, right?
But like where I get lost in this is like Christmas, unlike Thanksgiving. Like Thanksgiving is one day.
That's right.
Like you have your Friendsgiving. I do it every year. I'm not going to lie. Like we do it the weekend or 2 weekends before the one day of the year. And Christmas seems like it's like a month, right? Like you see people dressed up in Christmas gear on December 9th games. Like the Sunday after Christmas is still a Christmas feel of a game.
I disagree with you on that one. The Sunday after Christmas to me always feels like, damn, it's over. It's time to move on, right? Like Christmas Eve is great. You're in the mood, the holiday, and then the day after, I'm like, all right, time to move on. That's kind of the way I am from that nature.
Or the
of
weekend
that holiday.
before, there's
the weekend before is fine. Yeah.
And there's that aspect as well. And like, I don't know, to me, at least in my opinion, like Christmas is just it's more than football. Like Thanksgiving, if you did a Family Feud. And you're like, we asked 100 people. And
where was the last time you made Whoopi?
Yeah, no, that's a different show. But if they're like, we asked 100 people what Thanksgiving, when you hear the word Thanksgiving, what do you think of?
Football.
They'd be like turkey, football, family.
Tryptophan.
Those would all be up there as solid like options on your top 10.
Yeah, arguments. Yeah, exactly.
No politics.
Yeah, exactly. No politics or religion, please.
But you're right. Yeah,
Well,
all that would be on there,
Like,
right?
if you're that person that goes to a holiday party and brings up politics and religion.
Richard of the week.
Like if you know the person that's going to be into that conversation, wait till they step outside.
Or just don't bring it up.
When they
Why
go
just
take
talk
a
about the
blink-
dried turkey?
When they go take
Yeah.
a blinker off Benjamin Button and they're on the back patio,
exactly.
you're like, you know what, this is a good time to talk to Dave about, politics.
Yeah,
Hang on.
right, yeah.
Then go do it. But don't be like, all right, did you guys see in the news today about the president? Like, no.
No,
Like,
don't
haven't
do
seen
that.
you guys all
Holy
year.
cow, Dak Prescott just got hurt again. That's how you tease
Exactly.
the subject.
Yeah.
But no, I'm good with that. I'm glad there's not a team that's going to be every day or every year on Christmas.
And it doesn't need to be every year on Christmas. Again, if it is a Tuesday or a Wednesday, do we really need those games?
No.
Nope.
No, because then we still get Thursday, Friday off.
Right.
After that, like you're still, I don't know. I mean, some people I know have jobs where they're back the day after Christmas.
No,
and that's
yeah.
silly, but still, like I'm talking about the mass amount of people. Like if Christmas is on Tuesday, more than likely.
A lot of people are going to work on Wednesday.
Yeah. And then, or, Cody will take Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then the following Monday off. I kid. Well, maybe. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think I necessarily need, I'm glad they came to this decision. Or that they're thinking about this.
Or they're
decision.
basically just throwing this out there, telling the Chiefs, hey, calm down.
Or he's trying to make a
Yeah.
Buffalo podcast happy. They're like, dude, did you got a Christmas movie? Yeah, the Chiefs did it.
Yeah.
Like the Chiefs are the Simpsons. Like, yeah, Simpsons did it. Nah, yeah, Chiefs already did it.
But nobody's clamoring and I say clamoring, we haven't heard from anybody else. I'm sure other teams would say, yeah, we'd like to be the featured game on Christmas. The Chiefs are getting out ahead of this, and the NFL's going, we're not probably going to
like pump the brakes. You've been good for like 5 years.
Yeah, we're good right now. We don't need anybody. We don't need you to volunteer for everything.
And then you got Mac texting into our text line. I think about NBA before NFL on Christmas.
Damn right, 816. Yeah, you should.
Yeah, but that's where the NFL's like, not anymore. You're not.
Yeah, check these ratings out.
Yeah, I mean, seriously.
What'd you pull an 18-1 on Christmas Day? Oh,
Cute.
Okay. Dallas, New York pulled a 36. Like,
yeah,
damn it.
37 million people watched the Cowboys versus the Giants on Thanksgiving, and you're bragging about the Heat taking on the Clippers. Thank you.
Did you know that a John Daly is vodka, tea, and lemonade?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I did not.
Jay Binkley.
You did not know that either?
No.
Oh, no.
Did you know what a Michael Phelps was? Because this is like your generation of drinking. A weed. You remember Jeremiah Weed? Maybe that's still too young.
I remember
for you.
Michael Phelps smoking weed. If that's what you're
so there
referring
was a
to,
drink
okay.
called Jeremiah Weed, and you mixed it. It was a sweet tea vodka, and you mixed it with water, and you called it Michael Phelps.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Because
Yeah.
Thanks for leading us to the end of the line, Dusty. So what you do is you load the water up and you pack it, and then you light it, and then you think. That's why it was called
science.
Hey, man, Laramie Tunsil seemed to enjoy it.
He did.
We'll dive more into the Masters. Plus, we'll bring up a Jay Binkley question on the other side on 96.5 The Fan. Your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
Whoever that bozo was doing the armpit fart thing, come on, man.
Catch Royals insider Josh Fernier every Monday at 8:20, right here on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends at Golden Oak Lending, man, they have done it again. Golden Oak has lowered rates to 4.875%. While other lenders are talking about high rates, Golden Oak is dropping their rates. Lower your monthly payment, get cash out, pay off credit cards, and best of all, make no mortgage payment for 2 months. How does all of that sound to you? I bet it sounds wonderful. Well, that's because Golden Oak Lending is there for you. We've been working with Golden Oak Lending for the better part of 10 years now, and every time we talk to the folks at Golden Oak Lending, they want to know how we're doing, what our financial goals are, where we want to go in life. And we talk to them about twice a year. We do that free mortgage checkup, which I suggest for everybody because it is free. And if they have a mortgage that's great for you, they'll let you know about it. But also, they'll tell you as well, if they don't have something that's better than what you're currently in, they'll let you know that as well. So take that free mortgage checkup. It is risk-free. There's no paperwork or credit card required. Just call 913-890-GOLD, 913-890-GOLD, or you can check them out at goldenoaklending.com and take advantage of Zipline, Golden Oak Lending's fast and easy online mortgage tool. So you can check them out today at goldenoaklending.com, or better yet, just give them a call and have that conversation. 913-890-GOLD. That's 913-890-GOLD. 5.81% APR FHA 15-year fix with 20% equity and qualified credit. Additional terms apply. MLS 114937. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Hi, Mia here at the winnings desk of the Missouri Lottery. So, I wanted to write a thank you note for every dollar Missouri Lottery players have given to Missouri and education, but that would be 8.4 billion notes. So to save a little time and a whole lot of paper, here's just one. Dear every single lottery player in Missouri, thank you for helping us give $8.4 billion to Missouri and education. Sorry, my trumpet's in the shop. The Missouri Lottery. Winners welcome and play responsibly.
Guys, let's talk about your prostate. If an enlarged prostate has you rushing to the nearest restroom, frustrated and uncomfortable because you need to go but can't, or it's keeping you up at night, it's time to fix it. Clarity Care offers prostate artery embolization. PAE is a simple office treatment that can shrink your prostate and relieve your symptoms so you can get back to enjoying life. No surgery, just relief. Call Clarity Care today or visit kcprostate.com.
Don't let clogged drains slow you down. Call Hamilton Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Rooter today for our $79 mainline drain clearing special. The pros at Hamilton will inspect your drains with video camera technology to pinpoint exactly what is needed to clear those clogs and help prevent expensive drain repairs. The expert technicians at Hamilton are ready 7 days a week to solve your problem the right way, the first time. Over 40 years experience and more than 8,000 five-star reviews ensures your peace of mind. Visit callhamilton.com for details, terms, and conditions. License number 2025-11121.
This was
wasn't how Patrick pictured himself in retirement. Instead of playing golf every day, he could barely walk because of his severe knee pain.
It hampered everything because it hurt to walk around the golf course. It hurt to swing, just pretty much hurt doing anything.
But the groundbreaking regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics changed everything for Patrick. QC Kinetics uses your body's own healing properties to help repair and restore damaged tissue in your knees, hips, back, and shoulders. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime.
The turnaround's been amazing from where I was to where I am now. I'm gone from a 15 handicap down to a 7 handicap. That's because my knees allow me to play golf like I haven't been able to play probably in 15 years.
Don't let joint pain keep you from doing what you love. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. 816-412-6299.
GiveMeTheVin.com wants to buy your car, whether it's your daily driver, pickup, SUV, exotic, or classic. Now we're even better with the GiveMeTheVin.com big cash giveaway. Win $25,000 in cash every month to sell us your car to increase your odds of winning. No purchase necessary. For official rules, go to GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano. And you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof, while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Listen up, Gen Xers. Elizabeth Banks here. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the way. We've done this before. Music videos, fanny packs, even the World Wide Web. So let's do it again and get vaccinated. We're at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults under 50. Gen X, this is our shot. Visit vaxassist.com to schedule. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
Clog drain? Our experts clear tough clogs fast and include a free camera inspection, so you have confidence that your pipes are flowing freely. Unclog your drain for just $74. Schedule today at anthonyphce.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Northland 35 southbound slows around 435, stays heavy down towards Vivian with the exit lane backing up onto the freeway there. 435 southbound slow coming off I-35 with construction down to 48th Street. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Your chance to win $965 plus an autographed Chiefs helmet as part of our draft contest when we broadcast live from the Landing in Liberty during the first round on April 24th. The Fans Draft Party. 96.5 The Fan. KFNC FM and AM. HD1 and HD2 Kansas City. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Diving right back into it here on Fescoe and Dusty with Mac Morey, Bob Fescoe, Dusty Likens on a wonderful Monday. Boys, we've made it. The Masters is over. The cold weather is gone.
And we got a Morris on TV.
We do have a Morris on TV. Good for them. Is it Markeith or Marcus?
I don't know.
Okay.
As long as it's not Angel.
Yeah, he was on last week, I think, too. I don't know why. They're
entertaining, apparently.
Yeah. Always, yeah.
More entertaining than Emmanuel Acho.
Oh,
I mean, if that guy can get on
Acho.
TV, anybody can.
God.
Yeah. The Texans. Ugh.
Emmanuel Acho.
I'd rather have manual nachos.
That means make them yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
Like a nacho bar, the manual nachos. I'm going to die.
Yeah. I'm hot today, baby. Great Sunday, man. You couldn't beat it.
I was crying. Yeah. Oh, my God. He was got this. We got manual nachos. And it's a bar set up, a bowl of chips. And you got all your toppings.
Yeah, basically deconstructive.
Yeah.
Hey, what do you have at the house today? Well, it's either manual nachos or you can watch a manual nacho. I'll go with the manual nachos.
Where do you think Binkley would go?
Manual nachos.
You think so?
Well, he just found out about a new drink.
He did, but I don't know if he would know how to make it. I am.
I didn't know it hit that hard.
Oh, it's good.
Open mic night at Pink Flamingo.
Oh my God.
Yeah, John Daly.
We were talking about the Dirty Bird over the weekend.
Nice.
Binkley. So I guess he texted both of you and I yesterday at the same time with the exact same text. And it felt like to me yesterday, for the first time ever, Jay Binkley discovered what a John Daly was.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, is 1995 knocking at the door? Or?
To be fair, I thought it was Jack Daniels mixed into an Arnold Palmer, which made it a John Daly. I didn't know it was vodka.
Yeah, it's
but
vodka.
I knew it was an alcohol into a
Oh, you
lemonade
didn't know
tea
either
drink.
then.
No, I knew it was alcohol into a lemonade and tea mixture.
Yeah, I mean, you could do whatever you want.
Right,
Really,
so
I'm
the same
sure, but
concept, right, yeah.
I mean, you could put vodka, you could put whiskey. I don't know why whiskey would be good in that, but tequila probably is something a lot of people are trending towards.
Whiskey and lemonade's really good.
Yeah. So Binkley is like whiskey and lemonade just sounds awful.
It's really good. No, it's very good.
I'm not a lemonade guy.
Well, I
so-
used to drink
okay.
whiskey sours. That's essentially the same.
God, yeah,
so-
terrible. Whiskey sours are the worst.
I've
What were
been
you,
making at
19?
I just woke up with heartburn every morning. I was like, all right, I think we're done with
I'm
this.
feeling it right now. It's like, I don't mean to be a snob or anything. I will not drink anything with sweet and sour mix in it. That is a scam.
Well, what do they call it? California margaritas made with orange juice instead of sweet and sour?
I don't. You could do.
Yeah.
You could do that as long as it's fresh squeezed. I have no problem with that. But I have a problem with juices. It gives me acid reflux and all that. So I stay away from all of that. But it's awful. Orange juice from the time I was a kid, it was always heartburn city, and I didn't like any of that. So I just won't.
Juice all over the place.
And then using sweet and sour mix, that is a cop out by a bar. It is. Make real drinks. It's a terrible cop out by a
Grifters.
bar. No, that's not a grifter. A grifter is somebody who just steals your money and continues to go on to the next, to the next, to the next. Got a couple of those on the list. So Binkley, like, he just discovered what that was. I was like, you didn't know what a John Daly was?
He was smashing them, though.
Oh, he found something new. Like, instead of beer, he was going after that yesterday with his mom and his aunt. He had a whole spread laid out with the pimento cheese sandos, and he had the pulled pork. He had all the master
Lay's
stuff.
potato chips, Dusty, original and barbecue, because that's what they serve at the Master.
Oh, is it? That's all they serve is straight Lay's down there?
I thought there was just, I didn't know if they served barbecue chips, but, those Lay's KC Masterpiece chips are pretty legit.
They are really good.
I don't know what it
actually,
is about those. Like, I'll eat those till I die. I mean, whenever I was a kid, there were 3 bags of chips in our pantry. Sour cream and onion Lay's, regular Lay's, and barbecue KC Masterpiece Lay's.
Somebody had money back in the day.
No, they were just
They
3
had generic chips.
They were 3 for $5. They didn't have generic chips back then.
Oh, yes, they did.
I don't know. We just, it was what was on deal. I mean, we ate spaghetti 2 nights a week.
Yeah, we didn't back then, yeah. So I was just stunned. I thought everybody kind of knew what a John Daly was. I mean, it was pretty simple. You take an Arnold Palmer, you pour some booze in it, and you call it a John Daly, and you're ready to go. But Binkley, hey, have you had this before? This is great.
Yeah.
Binkley also found out over the weekend if you put meat on coals, it cooks it. I guess. I mean, I don't know. I was so like shell shocked.
You need a grate. What? Is that true about meat on coals?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yep. Figured out yellow and blue makes green. Like, I was like just stunned.
It's a whole new world for Bing.
Have you ever learned something like today? I learned as a thing on Reddit, which is a terrible rabbit hole to go down.
Oh
because
God,
you'll
I'd
find
spend
out.
too much time on that.
Oh, you would, because you're like, oh, I had no idea.
It's like Uber facts on Twitter,
Yeah.
formerly X. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't know. There's things that like you learn where you're like, I had no idea that was how that was done. Okay, sounds good. Like random things that you've never learned before that you learned watching like a 10-second clip, right? Like, I don't know. Like maybe that's something that like he found out. He's like, so that's why they call it John Daly. Yeah, just because it has alcohol in it.
That's
Like,
right.
Yep.
Because of who John Daly is.
Binkley, I thought they called it a John Daly because they put pants on it. It looked funny, and he sold Hooters.
Yeah.
913 says, I thought a John Daly was a warm Coors with a cigarette butt floating in it. That's good.
John Daly. That guy just gets up, puts on his pants and shirt, lights a dart, fills a drink full of Diet Coke, and goes out there barefoot.
No.
and
You got it all wrong. The guy puts on his pants, no shirt, lights up a cigarette, stands on the balcony, burns that dart, goes back inside, then puts his shirt down and goes down for coffee.
That's one of the top 3 darts, though. Like
The first one?
I mean, the early morning, like before the day, and you go out there, and you got your coffee, and you're shirtless, and you just
John Daly.
Ooh, you're like, all right, and then you smell.
Yes.
And then one after a very, very, very nice hearty meal. Like let's say you had like a ribeye, twice baked potato, and like Brussels sprouts and a Caesar salad. And then if you nail it in the bedroom, then but no one ever does that. Like, that's a myth.
It is a myth.
Like, people are like, oh, cigarette after sex, man, it's great. It's like, what is this? Like,
the only people who
James Bond?
smoked in bed after sex were like Lucy and Desi back in the day on I Love Lucy. Those were like the only, and they had separate beds, but you never see anybody smoking in bed. Burn the house down.
Yeah. Somebody says yelling, get in the hole does nothing but annoy everyone around you. Somebody must have went to the Masters and sat next to the guy that says, get in the hole.
Was Dana doing that at the Masters?
Oh, I'm sure she had some sort of saying.
It's as soon as they hit the ball, too, they make contact. Get the
The big one's like mashed potatoes. A lot of people would love to do that one. But
they yell mashed potatoes now?
Yeah. Those are like, as soon as I hit it, mashed potatoes. Or it's just like, but that's the thing is like, what do you get out of that? Hey, dude, that was my voice.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
No, that's
Yeah,
exactly,
it was.
No, that's exactly what you get. Stop the conversation. That's exactly what you get. Some guy claim that was me. Great.
Someone says, no. John Daly, you guys got it all wrong. He wakes up in boxers only and burns one while taking a routine morning dump.
Scratching his ass with one hand.
Plain and barbecue chips. Dustman! Exclamation point from Binkley on my text.
Did he have plain and barbecue?
Yeah, that's what is it? Yeah, plain and barbecue.
All right.
Plain and barbecue chips. Coming up, we have a plain and a barbecue chip going into tonight's game with the Royals versus the Yankees. Plus, we'll revisit what Rory McIlroy's Masters win did for me and maybe the sport of golf. 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you about my friends over at Underdog because right now it is available to play in the state of Missouri, and you want to download that Underdog app because Underdog just became one of the best places to make entries during the basketball playoffs with their Extender program. With the Extender, you can play your way to increasingly bigger boosts each round of the playoffs. Start a playoff series by using your Game 1 boost and continue boosting each subsequent game to unlock the next one. The longer the series, the bigger the boost. And I'll tell you what, man, so many people love the Underdog app. Millions of fans have already won billions making plays on Underdog, and their app has over 100,000 five-star reviews. To play, all you have to do is download the app and choose whether a player will go higher or lower on one of their stats. And you can choose from things like points, assists, and so much more. And playing on Underdog is a layup. The thing that I love most about Underdog is you can play one sport or combine selections from other sports into one. And once your entry feels good, you can play with as little as $1. And if you get everything right, you could win up to 1,000 times your money. So download the Underdog app now and sign up with promo code BOB to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit with promo code BOB. Must be 18 and over and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/extend.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens. I want to say something here really clear and get it off my chest. I have been absolutely smashing Surfside cocktails. One, it's only 100 calories. I'm trying to get that summer bod. Going on vacation, want to look better. It's only 100 calories per serving. The best part, there's zero bubbles, so it's easy to sip and enjoy while you're either at the K or tonight when you're watching that stressful game against the Yankees. You're like, what am I going to sip on? It's nice out. I want to take the TV out on the patio. Surfside cocktails, that's what's there for you. And baseball as well. Baseball's back, and this season we're bringing you, the proud partner of your Kansas City Royals, Surfside iced tea and vodka. And Surfside lemonade and vodka. They're absolutely delicious, and they pair perfectly with a day at the ballpark, or you can go get one today at your local stores, liquor stores, and everywhere around at bars as well. Must be 21 years of age, and please drink responsibly.
The 96.5 The Fan ticket window is open. Head to the contest page at 965thefan.com for your chance to score tickets to see Blink 182 with Alkaline Trio at T-Mobile Center Saturday, September 27th. Must be 18 to enter and win. Good luck.
As men get older, our bodies change. We all know that, and often we just accept the changes as the way it is. But some of those changes, such as bad sleep patterns, low sex drive, brain fog, no energy, and reduced gains in the gym, could be due to low testosterone. And that is something you can change. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health. And even if you're in your 30s, if you're experiencing some or all of the symptoms I just noted, you very well may need low testosterone treatment. With our treatment protocols, if you're like most men, you'll be amazed at the change. You'll have more energy, improved mental clarity, your sleep will be better, so will your workouts, and you'll likely find that your sex drive increases too. So give us a call today and make the change for good. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices to serve you. Heartland Men's Health, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins yet? Because if you haven't, you're missing out on technology that changes how you think about shoes. First, these are not just regular slip-on shoes. They're not just a pair of loafers without laces. But what makes them different is the technology inside that lets you just step into them. There's a built-in hidden shoehorn that slides your foot in, so they look, feel, and wear just like a pair of shoes you're used to. Except you don't have to bend down, struggle to put them on, or touch them. Try them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Every day when we're on the road, people around us endanger themselves and others by looking at their phones while driving. There's the sneak-a-peeker who darts their eyes between the road and their texts, or the nightlighter who illuminates their car after dark. If that's you, reconsider before you find yourself becoming the fender bender-er, the got a ticket-er, or worst of all, the driver who killed someone. Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people follow the rules, but where's the fun in that? I'm Soraya, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the risk takers, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the boldest voices in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about breaking barriers, defying expectations, and rewriting the rules. No limits, no apologies, just real talk. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Soraya, an Odyssey podcast available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Cody Tapp, and if you're in the same boat as me, you're looking at someone, you're like, I can't keep living like this. I want to get to my weight loss goal. I want to finally meet those things. Well, I did. 6 weeks, 30 pounds. That's what I did over at Awaken 180's at-home program. I worked with them over the phone. I got online. They got a great app. See what recipes they had available for me. See what things they had to make it easy to do this process with them. I know you want to find out more. Give them a call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com, and see how with no medications, no gym, and no calorie counting, just the support every week and free support for life. Look, summer's coming up. Maybe it's the pool, maybe it's vacation, maybe you just want more energy to play with your kids or be at those youth sports like I wanted. You can do all of that thanks to Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Find out more. Give them a call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Today, expect mostly cloudy skies with a high of 65.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
We'll get into the Kansas City Royals playing the New York Yankees tonight, or the Skankies, is what that wonderful woman said watching the Yankees and the Orioles play in spring training, I believe, of the two teams. But I want to get back to
for about 10 minutes, a little discussion of what was this weekend, which was the Masters. Because I remember asking Bob on Friday, or maybe it was Thursday. I was like, "Will you watch?" And you're like, "Yeah, I don't know. There's something that's like worth watching." Well,
there was.
Wait until the second 9, and you're locked in. Mac was watching. His fiance was locked in as well. She was, Team Bryson. Mac's Team Rory / Bryson because he's got some Skrilla on Bryson.
Yep. Thank you, Dusty.
You're welcome. But it was, Rory the way. That was, and it was crazy because I asked Spec, I was like, "Man, that was the best Masters I've seen since 2019." And he goes, "No, that was the greatest Masters of all time."
Is that caught in the moment or is that real?
I think it's a little bit of both. Because
that's fair. That's a good answer, actually.
I think, it's the best. Again, I'm Team Tiger, and in 19 when Tiger won, I don't know if there was anybody that wasn't locked into their TV. I bet there were still some people that were like, I'll just see the highlights later, because you don't have like maybe the want or the desire to watch Rory do it, which was a career Grand Slam accomplishment on the line, and he eventually did. You didn't have the guys that are now our grandparents' age that were like, "Yeah, but when Jack did it in 86, 50 years ago, like everybody was like, can he still do it? He's at that age." Kind of like where Tiger was in 19. Can he win one after what he's gone through? And he did. And there was a lot of drama in this Masters. This Masters had it all. I mean, you had Bryson versus Rory. It was like...
And in the golf world, those are big-name guys. Yeah. Outside, they're not big-name guys, right? So the only thing for me that was different about this is you didn't have Tiger, you didn't have Jack, you didn't have somebody that is, that big-name golfer that's kind of separate from the sport. You had really good golfers, but if you're not a true golf fan, you don't know much about them. I know their names. If they were all standing here, I could probably pick Rory out of that lineup. I don't know that I could definitely get the other guys, who were in that lineup. So I think that does play a factor in. But to bring you the drama that you want in sports, I mean, we haven't had any drama really like that, guys, this calendar year in sports, where it brought you that drama that you were truly wanting. Man, maybe the Final Four had a little bit of that, but yesterday gave you everything that you wanted. If you're a sports fan, it doesn't matter what the sport is, that event yesterday gave you everything you want as a sports fan.
I didn't necessarily have a dog in the fight. Like, I had some cheddar in the bowl, obviously, with Rory winning the entire thing. It wasn't much, but 10 to win 75. Place that bet on Thursday morning, I done. And I had Bryson as well that I placed on Friday, which he, fizzled out. But the way I felt during that back 9, and I mean this, and this isn't caught in the moment, the way I felt on that back 9 is the way I felt in that 13-second game. Like, when that game started getting to that point, or that Chiefs-Rams game, that was what, 54 to 51?
Yeah, 55, 54 or something like that. Yeah, whatever, yeah.
Where I was just like sitting there and I'm like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Can we just like have 5 minutes where I can go outside and like relax? That wasn't the case yesterday. Yeah. And, it's like I told Spec as he got here, I'm like, I hate this Masters, but I love it, because it's exactly what I was saying it could be and exactly what people are saying it would be. And what I mean by that is I'm like, enjoy this tournament Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I get it. Not everybody's life is like ours where, it's 10 o'clock. Dusty can just go home after 10 and go sit on his ass and watch this Masters for the entire day. Whereas the other people will say, I'm not going to do that. But what I'll do is I'll start it on the back 9 on Sunday or they'll start at 1 o'clock on Sunday. Obviously, you guys know I was locked in Thursday through Sunday. I don't need to keep saying that. But, it was both. If you were there from Thursday to Sunday, you maybe have a greater appreciation to how it finished on Sunday. But that's not to say anything to the people that turn it on Sunday at 1 o'clock or Sunday at 3 o'clock. You got everything you needed as well. You got, the only thing you might have missed is Bryson fumbling.
And you can live with that because you want to see greatness. You really do. Right. And what we saw yesterday, for me, Jim Nantz summed up perfectly. When he was done, he was sitting, in that house and he was talking about, the greatness of wearing the green jacket, and Rory McIlroy sitting there getting ready to get his coat. And Jim says, I think America's spent after watching this. And I'm like, for sure. Nailed it. Yeah. Nailed it. And for me, it did. It drained you. I was up pacing at times because you're kind of getting caught up in what's going on. And it drains you like a Chiefs playoff game or a Royals playoff game where you're living and dying on every single pitch. I love playoff baseball, but I also despise playoff baseball because you're sick to your stomach on every single pitch because every single pitch matters. And that's what the Masters brought you yesterday. And I think it brings up a bigger point of about American sports, right? We love sports, but we really love those moments that matter. Yesterday was one of those moments that I don't know that we've had in quite some time as a sports country, if you will, where everybody was there watching, everybody was communicating, everybody was talking about it, everybody was paying attention because of how good it was getting. And the longer it went, the better it got, and the more drama there was. And Rory goes from a lead to a deficit on the first hole, and you're thinking, oh no. And I text these guys, I'm like, wow, what's the worst start, the Chiefs in the Super Bowl or Rory? And to Dusty's crazy, like, let's be fair, it's only one hole. I'm like, yeah, right, it's only one hole. This guy's got a notorious collapser, right? You were right, it was only one hole. He bounced back, collapsed, bounced back. Like, it was all over the place. You were living and dying with every single moment yesterday. And isn't that ultimately what we want in sports? Like, at the end of the day, sometimes it doesn't matter who's playing. You just want something that gets you to the finish line and gives you something awesome that you can talk about. And the Masters did that yesterday. That's where it ranks for me. I'm not a golf fan. I could give a rip about golf. But that event yesterday, that's why we love sports. That's why we're caught up in the moment, because you get to see that greatness on display, the human emotion on display, the ups and downs on display. It had everything you could possibly want.
I mean, like I said, I'll go on right and say, I felt the same sort of pins and needles, that cringe feeling of like not knowing the outcome, like I felt during that 13-second game. Like that 13-second game, I mean, you give up the score, Josh Allen throws it to what? Gabriel in the end zone.
Gabe Davis, right?
Gabe Davis.
4 touchdowns.
And he gets that 4th touchdown, and all of a sudden you're like, son of a gun.
Like Al Bundy.
And then all of a sudden you look at it and you're like, well, I mean, they do have Mahomes, Tyreek, and Travis, so there's a chance. And then they get the first play. Just like Rory puts his ball in on the 11th, and or it stays on the fringe. You're like, how did that not go in the water?
Yeah.
Like you're looking at, you're like 99% of the time, but there's Arnold Palmer's ghost just like pushing against that ball.
You think that was really happening?
Yes. I do, because if you shoot that same shot 100 times, 98% of the time that ball rolls into the water.
Tigers ghost have been kicking that thing in the water.
And
get in there.
And then you have shots like this.
Underneath one limb, rises and turns over. 7-iron, 207.
Come on. 6-7 yesterday, set up an eagle. Is this enough? It is. Oh, here it comes. The shot of a lifetime.
And that's where I'm at, because you get that shot of a lifetime. He hits that high draw around that tree and then misses the putt for eagle, where you're like, well, it's an eagle putt. It's like, but it's deflating because it's just a birdie. He makes that eagle putt, no playoff. He misses that eagle putt, now we have a chance for a playoff. Meanwhile, Justin Rose out here on the 18th green sinks a putt, and you're like, okay, this is now happening. And then Rory comes back, forces the playoff to happen, and then the playoff happens, and it's Justin Rose's shot was great. It just wasn't good enough. And Rory does his shot, and then you have, one of the greatest Masters calls of all time from the guy Jim Nance.
Look at the long shadows. Symbolic, this moment, of the journey it's taken to get here. For all this history. The long journey is over. McIlroy has his masterpiece.
And quite honestly,
I don't know that you could have done it better.
You love to see it. You love to hear it. And then boo-hoo.
Speak to him in there. How's he doing? Did you speak to him in there? How's he doing? Do you know?
No idea. Didn't talk to me once all day.
Did you try and initiate conversation with Rory at all?
He wouldn't talk to me.
Yeah, sorry, buddy. Got a jacket to win.
I mean, come on.
Nothing personal. I just got a jacket to win. I apologize. Because, again, I mean, Rory told you. Couldn't even talk to his boys.
I gotta go get a green jacket.
So what a weekend it was. Congratulations to Rory McIlroy. I think he's now solidified himself, at least for the future, in the foreseeable future, as the face of golf. It was a great tournament. It was fun. It's over. We move on. But that right there, fellas, is why I do and love sports so much.
Yeah, that was a great sports moment. And you just wish there was a way we could capture that with June baseball. Like you had mentioned before the show today, hey, we got the Royals and we got the Yankees playing tonight. And you go, we got Aaron Judge and Bobby Witt, two of the top 3 players in baseball, right? You would say Ohtani's 1, Bobby's 2, Judge is 3. It's a great night for Major League Baseball to promote its product.
Yeah.
Where are they going to promote this thing?
I'm glad you said that because we were talking about that earlier. Like,
Where are they going to promote this game? And I said to you, this was the beauty of ESPN Monday Night Baseball back in the day. This could have been a nationally televised game where you're featuring 2 of the 3 best players in all of Major League Baseball. This was the opportunity for Major League Baseball to really explode on the national scene with this series this week with the 2 players that are out there.
Right.
Nobody has the ability to do that because it'll be on the Yes Network and it'll be on FanDuel, and that'll be that. And they're missing out on an opportunity on a Monday night when nothing else is going on to grab the bull by the horns and say, hey, baseball's here. Masters is over now. The draft is, a couple of weeks away. We've got some time right now to get some eyeballs on us. And there's no national TV deal. And that sucks right now because this would have been a good opportunity to do it. And as you continue to see the separation of ESPN and Major League Baseball, I know baseball wasn't happy with ESPN not happy with baseball, but baseball needs that relationship more than ESPN does. Ask the NHL what they did when they left ESPN. They went to Versus. They went to that outdoor network. They went to whatever that channel was called, and nobody found it. They're now back on ESPN. Hockey's getting better ratings than it's had in a long time because you have that marketing arm of ESPN behind you. Tonight should be a nationally televised game. I don't want to get to the point of like this is Allen versus Mahomes type stuff, but this is 2 of the 3 best players in baseball going head-to-head in New York, a premier team in the Yankees, and there's no national love for this game at all. We're not going to see this matchup but 6 times all season long.
Do you consider MLB Network to be national television?
No, not at
according
all.
to the text line, it's on MLB Network tonight.
Yeah, great. That
But that seems like a package deal, or like you have to buy it outright by itself.
No, you get MLB Network, and they'll probably split the broadcast. Half will be the Yankee side, half will be the Royal side of things. I've seen them do that before. I'm talking about a real live national broadcast where ESPN's there and they're hyping the hell out of this game, right?
Not MLB Network.
Not
NFL
MLB Network picking up
ESPN
the
Plus.
feed, like any of that kind of stuff. I'm talking like, what about a Monday Night Baseball on NBC or Fox or somebody like that, like picking up these games? And I know I get there's semantics and all that kind of stuff involved. But when we talk about promoting your sport and promoting your game, this series is a missed opportunity, I feel like, anyway, by Major League Baseball. There's nothing else going on this week.
Nothing on tonight.
Literally nothing going on this week. And you have the two of the 3 best players in all of baseball meeting up for the next 3 games, a shortstop and an outfielder. It's not like you're not going to see a lot of these guys. Get that on national television. Promote the hell out of that.
There's not even NBA playoffs tonight. There's no play, and there is no sports on tonight. They could own it.
They could. What's on ESPN tonight?
Let's go look.
Probably, what would it be? MLB, 6 o'clock. I mean, is WNBA going on?
They have their draft tonight.
So there you go.
I think it is the draft tonight.
Yeah, just type in WNBA drafts. It'll tell you when and where you can catch it. What is it?
Yeah, it's the draft.
I ain't done. Yeah. Hey, man. I guess we'll see where, what is it, Paige
Does that
Snookers?
pull a lot of interest?
Oh, it's the draft. It's one of the biggest days of the year. Speaking of the draft, Thursday, April 24th, come out to the Landing in Liberty where Chris Unicero and Binkley will be broadcasting live. It starts at 6 p.m. Bink's already there.
He's there. We asked you that this morning.
Yeah.
He's already up there. Yeah, De Palma called in. He goes, this guy's sitting outside waiting to get in. I go, well, let him in.
De Palma goes, does he have any Diet Coke in the back? Throughout the first round, they will be there broadcasting live. Bink and Unicero, that is. The entire 96.5 The Fan staff will be in attendance. The draft contest is back with $965 of cash prize. Plus, you could win an autographed Juwan Taylor helmet as a prize as well. 1 point for every player drafted in the first round. 3 points if you get right player on right team. The sheet must be turned in prior to the number 1 pick on the clock. So before you think Cam Ward goes to Tennessee, you better get it in there to Steven Inspector before it's too late.
Are we still sure he's going to Tennessee, or is Jackson Dart now the number 1 overall pick?
I hope it's Dart.
It'll be Ward. It just depends on if it's Tennessee. Ward is going 1. Does Tennessee trade the pick? But he's going 1. I think we know the first 3 picks.
I think Tennessee stays at 1. I mean,
I think so too.
You have to think about it in this way.
No, nobody in this draft, quite frankly, is worth trading up to the number 1 pick for.
No, but Cam Ward's worth more than Will Levis. right now in the NFL.
No doubt, for sure.
So, I mean, take it.
Yeah, you take the pick. Yeah, this is very reminiscent of Eric Fisher.
And how about this? No one in your franchise's history would be like, well, they really blew that 25 drafts. Like, that 25 draft sucked. Like, it's like, well, they could have gotten blah, 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 who went 18th. Yeah.
But no one was saying
No one was saying. So it's like,
oh, yeah, the looking back revisionist history nonsense.
Like,
Come on.
I understand where the DK Metcalf and McCole Hardman thing is. I understand the scrutiny there. I totally get it. But, like, I wouldn't understand it if someone's like, well, Chiefs took Luther Burden at traded up 29 and Tennessee could draft. No one's drafting Luther Burden number 1 overall. But, like,
Luther Burden goes on to be a star and Cam Ward doesn't. Yeah,
like,
you're not making
that. Do it in that regard.
Yeah.
Now,
well, look who they got in the 5th round. They got Tom Brady in the 6th.
Of course, yeah.
Where you can do it is last year's draft where you took Caleb Williams over Daniels, and now the rest of their career, it'll be like this guy went before this guy. Like,
how'd it work out for Mitch Trubisky?
I mean, same thing. And I mean, that's the thing. It's like, it's not like Patrick Mahomes went 18th, right? He went 10th. Trubisky went 2nd. Chicago was going to draft Mahomes. So, like, that's fair. But, like, this is a draft, I think, when you look at this one, like Cam Ward going number 1 overall, it's like they had Will Levis. And there was nobody else in the draft. Unless Shedeur Sanders is that dude. And he goes number 2 overall to Cleveland. And, number 40, almost said it.
Yeah. And if that happened, like Cam Ward goes 1, Shedeur goes 2, they'll be forever tied.
And then if like Shedeur turns Cleveland's franchise around, which 42 other quarterbacks haven't done.
Yeah, see, it's not about it's not the quarterback there. It's Cleveland. That place sucks.
Somebody brought up a good point, and I don't know if we can do this. But when we have Binkley on wins, we should have him do it today to break down the WNBA draft. Like, hey, you're our mock draft guy. Like, who do you see?
Call him right now.
Who do you see the aces taking at pick 1?
Exactly.
Yeah, call him right now. Get him on the phone.
No.
Paige Beckers will be the number 1 pick,
Paige
right?
Beckers.
Who does she play for?
UConn.
No, I mean, who's the number 1 overall pick?
I don't know.
Is it the Aces?
I couldn't
Name another team.
The Indiana Pacers affiliate.
Isn't there like the Sun in Connecticut?
Oh, there's the New York Liberty.
Liberty, there we go. Minnesota Lynx.
Okay. Who's Phoenix? Phoenix
Mercury.
Phoenix Mercury.
Okay. Chicago.
Fire.
Okay.
No, it's either Fire or
it's
Sky.
not the Fire.
It's the Sky. Yeah.
That's enough for us.
No,
So
the Fire is the soccer
So
team.
I don't want to hear it, text line, that we don't talk WNBA. We just nailed it. Caitlin Clark plays for Indiana.
Right.
Who does gosh, I already forgot her name, that always bricks shots. That's like Caitlin Clark.
Angel Reese.
Who does
Angel
she
Reese.
play for?
She's Chicago.
She's Chicago Sky?
She's a Chicago Sky.
Why are they called the Sky? Skyscraper?
I don't know.
Dallas has the first pick. The Dallas
Lynx.
Wings. It's the Minnesota Lynx.
Dallas Wings.
Dallas Wings. And then the Seattle Storm after.
Wings was a great show.
It was a phenomenal show. Roy Biggins, one of the most underrated television characters of all time.
He was a sex machine.
Oh, he definitely was, yeah. If it's green, it's trouble. If it's fried, order double.
Ooh.
It's a great line to live by.
What
Maloney lives by.
What do you want to see out of this series real quick with the Yankees
With
and
the
Royals?
Yankees, I'd love to see them go in there and sweep the Yankees. But, I mean, obviously, that's probably not going to happen. Be competitive, you know. Don't get blown out. Don't get your doors blown off, you know.
Have some more offense, maybe.
Well, yeah, and I think this is kind of a ballpark where you can get some offense going,
let's get it
right?
going.
It's the bandbox. You know, like you're talking a little bit earlier about MJ Melendez. Like, is this the game we bet him to hit a home run or something? Yes.
MJ Melendez.
I think it is. I think Yankee Stadium's his perfect ballpark.
If MJ Melendez.
They should leave him there.
Yes. No, they should get something back for him.
Oh, really?
Yes, something. I don't care.
That statue of Phil Rizzuto or something?
Would be awesome. Rurudo?
Holy cow!
No, I mean, yeah, I'm 100% at some point during the season, MJ Melendez will hit a home run in New York. Like, bet all the left-handed batters that are in the lineup tonight. Just $5 flyer. There's only going to be like 3, so you'd spend $15. All hitting a home run from the left side of the plate.
I got Vinny. You got MJ. Who else are you going to take?
Let's see who's another.
I think Vinny and MJ got a perfect swing for Yankee Stadium.
Kevin Biggio's a lefty, isn't he? So he would have an
I
opportunity.
think Salvi's going to get one, too. I think Salvi's heating up.
Vern did say something about that.
Vern did say he's starting to get to that point. Rob thinks he's washed.
I think he's washed.
I'll tell you, Carrington, this guy, number 13, you want to talk about unlucky? He's more washed than Travis Kelce.
Dick Vitale.
Yeah, exactly.
Baby. He's awesome, baby, with a capital W for washed.
Salvador Perez is plus 420, and then you've got MJ and at plus 630 with Vinny at plus 630 as well.
For home runs.
For home runs.
So bet $15. Hopefully one of those guys hits it.
There you go.
There's a little bit of change.
Yeah.
Because, I don't know, the over-under is 9. So we'll see what happens. Yankees and Royals, that game at 6:05 tonight, 5 o'clock. Josh Verner's On Deck show starts. Don't forget, 5:15. You get the pitch clock right. You get a chance to tickets to see that Royals and Astros game that has a prize of a Mike Moustakas bobblehead. You know, there's going to be a lot of people wanting that. Coming up on the other side, we wrap this show up and give our brioche of the weekend on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Hey, it's Vinny Pasquantino, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, summer travel season is fast approaching, and if you're headed out of town, you need to have a reservation for your car because you got to park at the airport, and Park and Go is going to take care of everything for you, just like they've done for us over the last couple of years. Number one, every spot at Park and Go is covered, so you never have to worry about your car getting damaged, right? You're underneath the cover. If it rains, if it snows, if the sun beats down on it, it's all taken care of at Park and Go because all parking is covered. So what you do is you make your reservation immediately after you make your flight reservation at bookparkandgo.com. Go right there, make your reservation, and prepay. When you prepay, you're going to save money, and you're going to get their best rate out there. And then you show up on the day of your flight, you give them that reservation number, and they direct you right to that covered parking spot. Before you even get out of the car, here comes the van to take you right to the airport terminal. And you are there in no time at all, no stress whatsoever. And when you get back, this is where I love Park and Go. Just grab your bags and walk off the plane. Hey, and that bus is there for you. Jump on it, and right back to the trunk of your car you go. Do what we did and join their frequent parker program and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
Shane Company engagement rings are expertly crafted to fit both your style and your lifestyle.
My wife's an artist and works with her hands. Shane Company helped me create a ring that's beautiful and sleek. She loves it.
Shane Company rings are crafted with care using high-quality materials, and we set each center stone by hand in our jeweler's workshop right here in our store. We also protect your ring, including the center stone, with our unmatched free lifetime warranty. Let us help you find your perfect ring, in-store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Honey, it's me, your wife. Sorry to bother you, but this house is a mess. The windows are drafty, the vinyl siding has cracks and holes in it, and the kids just fell through the deck. We need Powell Exteriors KC now. They install James Hardie siding, Provia windows, Renaissance patio products, beautiful decks, roofing, and more, all at 0% interest for 18 months. Go to powellkc.com and see for yourself. Powell Exteriors KC. The best decision you've made since you married me.
During the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel is giving all customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today, and you'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/Alex to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NBA and 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Kansas. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under an agreement with Kansas Star Casino, LLC. Gambling problem? Getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit ksgamblinghelp.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Every day when we're on the road, people around us endanger themselves and others by looking at their phones while driving. There's the sneak-a-peeker who darts their eyes between the road and their texts, or the nightlighter who illuminates their car after dark. If that's you, reconsider before you find yourself becoming the fender bender-er, the got a ticket-er, or worst of all, the driver who killed someone. Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Looking for the best food, drinks, and game day vibes? The Landing Eatery and Pub in Liberty has you covered. Happy hour Monday through Friday, 3 to 7 p.m. with great drink specials. Game day buckets, 5 beers or seltzers. Keep the party going Saturday and all day Sunday. Catch every play on over 68 TVs while enjoying our massive 102-item menu. Love live music? Our neon-lit smoking patio has bands Thursday through Sunday. Don't miss out. Check out our daily specials at landingeateryandpub.com.
Are you prepared for the change in seasons? Take advantage of Hamilton Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Router's $69 seasonal HVAC tune-up deal to help prevent costly breakdowns and ensure your heating or cooling system is running at peak efficiency. Over 40 years experience and more than 8,000 five-star reviews are great reasons to trust Hamilton. Our licensed technicians and exceptional service guarantee will give you peace of mind. Visit callhamilton.com for detailed terms and conditions. License number 2025-11121.
Diving right back into it on this wonderful Monday. We appreciate you for hopping along.
Remember when I told you the Minnesota Twins would fire their manager this year? He'd be the first one fired.
Is he fired?
Not yet.
Okay.
But this stat just popped.
He's
If you
lost
take away the
locker room?
pandemic season, Friday night's game at Target Field was the 13th lowest attended Twins game in the history of that stadium. It was the third lowest attended weekend game in Target Field history. Losing games, fans not showing up.
You know what happens when it hits the pocketbook of the old owner?
That's exactly right.
You got to go.
Especially an
That's what
owner.
I
I think
would say.
he's trying to sell the team, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, when
too,
Henry
right?
Lake was in town, and he does pre and post game, or he does post game show for the Twins as well as a nighttime show out there in Minnesota, Minneapolis. I asked him, I said, "Y'all firing Baco Baudel?" He goes, he's like, "I don't know, man. This team can't hit." And I was like,
"Oh, so another team."
I
that
was
can't
like,
hit,
I was
yeah.
like, "Well, yeah, they can't. They can't do anything. They lost 3 of 4 to the Royals. Like, who can't hit?
Yeah.
Like,
But Minnesota stinks. I mean, that is a bad, bad ball club right now.
Yeah, and what's funny is they've won the division. Like you said, they won They won 3 of the last 6 years. They'd won the division.
It's every other year with them. The way they finished last year and the way they're starting this year, I just can't see how you spell, keeping, Rocco Baldelli around for the life of me. But we'll see. Stranger things have happened. I just feel like that just kind of screams firing.
Speaking of stranger things that happened, Saturday morning when I was brewing my coffee, Nico I'ma leaving ya decided to say adios to Rocky Top. Mac Morey. When you read that, you're like, is this fake? Is this a fake
No,
account?
like, please, no,
Did
no.
you think it was fake?
We had heard rumblings, but
Yeah.
Well, he can get away with being we because he.
No, I'm saying who's the we that has heard rumblings?
Old friends from Tennessee.
Because it wasn't like the 3 of us because we weren't really paying attention.
You guys are locked in. That's fair. But no, my Tennessee
Block
alumni
rising.
group chat is like, okay, I've heard. Have you seen this? Have you seen this? I don't know. People are mad at him. Apparently, he's kind of being a D to guys in practice when he was showing up. Then all of a sudden, ghosts us, nowhere to be found. He's like, I want more money. We've been talking to you about this. You're already the highest paid player on the team. What have you done for us lately? You weren't a world beater last year statistically or from the eye test. I mean,
This was just a dude that all of a sudden has now become a story, I think, right?
Yes.
He had a couple of nice moments early on, right? And then totally pooped the bed against, what was it, Arkansas, where he didn't have field awareness or what was going on.
Yeah, ran out of bounds with no time on the clock.
Ran out of bounds with no time on the clock, right? People would say Will Howard kind of did the same thing, but he may be the best quarterback in the draft according to Will Howard, which is fine. I have no problem with him saying that.
Josh Allen, man.
But this one
is awesome.
This one is going. Look, I was telling Dusty the break, I said, I don't know what the impact of this is right now in the overarching collegiate sports landscape. I don't think it can be good. Like, I don't think college sports fans want their universities to be professional franchises. However, I love players getting paid.
Yes.
I like the fact that they can dictate where they want to go with the portal, but there also has to be some rules in place, because right now it's the Wild Wild West.
Yes.
Right? Can we just make it the West? I mean, get rid of the Wild Wild part of things and put in some rules and stuff. And I know they had some big summit and meeting and the government's involved, and so it's going to be effed up anyway once you involve the government. Look at KC Mo. And then you've got, all that going on.
One.
I mean, so one what?
We just keep a tally.
It's true. Tell me I'm wrong.
I'm going to go tally the votes. Kansas City has spoken. You are no longer on the island.
That's right. God. You are now in Kansas.
You are now being sued. Literally.
But in all seriousness, like, how do college fans react to this? Because I know, like, for diehard college fans, they love cultivating those relationships with the players.
For sure.
Those are gone. But this one feels like this is a bad one.
This is, as we get into this religious week of Easter, this is a genesis or an exodus of college football.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is either the beginning of something or this is a beginning of a movement of something. Because now, I see him do it, and let's say it works out, right?
And he go get some more money.
Let's say he goes to, like, I don't know. I know he's not going to. Let's say he goes to Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
And Ohio State, all of a sudden, he makes like $6.5 million more, and he goes further in the college football playoff. You know that I am leaving you guy from Tennessee did this. I'm going to do that.
I think we need hard dates,
and
though,
then
guys.
then that's going to go for a little bit, and then eventually there will be the end of it, and it will end, and it will be done, and it will be over with, and there'll be new, tinks and dents and things that get put into this system. But I'm like you guys. I think there eventually there will be like a 2-year contract.
What do we have in the college basketball portal? 2,033 guys, 1,800 before the Final Four, before the tournament started, right? First and foremost, we need dates. Okay, the portal starts the day after the season ends. The Tuesday after the Final Four, the portal's open. College football, the Tuesday after the national championship game, the portal's open.
Fine.
We do not need to be starting this stuff ahead of time.
For coaches and players.
Well, yeah, I guess. I mean,
and now you're into the gray area.
Well, you are into the gray area. I'm talking players right now.
Sure.
But I think, like, if you're going to enter the portal, it takes place after the college football playoff is over. There should be no portal movement. We got the holidays, finals, all that other stuff that we can't play college football games during. So we can't have the portal as well. So the portal needs to open. And I know people will say with the academic calendar, things are different. Life sucks, man, and then you die. Figure it out, right? Figure out ways to do this the right way, so you don't have kids in the portal and coaches that are trying to coach in the NCAA tournament going, I got to get ready for, Algonquin State. And meanwhile, I've got half my team wanting to go into the portal. And then I got all these other kids that want to come here now that are in the portal. Like, it's a mess right now. There are no rules. It is just absolutely insane in college sports. And from a fan standpoint, is that turning you off? Is that making you more interested? I don't know the answer to that question, because I am as casual a college fan as you can get.
He made a deal. The market changed. He wanted a new deal. His place of work said no. In any other life, we say, okay, well, you know what? I'll work hard. I'll get back. I'll get that deal. And in this wild, wild west that we've created, he gets to say, you know what? Actually, screw you. I get to do what I want. We wanted these guys to be treated like adults for years. We wanted them to be paid. I'm all for it. Well, let's treat them like adults. That goes both ways. You've got some consequences for your actions, buddy.
Do you think we're getting too close to like a non-compete?
No,
because I'm anti non-compete.
Well, of course,
like, I think the majority of the United States is right.
Probably, yeah. Well, but I mean, non-competes are scams.
Yeah, but like maybe it's like, hey, like you said, you can't go into the portal until a certain date, which also means,
but the professional ranks have all this,
Yeah, and it's like you cannot talk to other universities while you are enrolled in this university,
right?
If you are a student athlete,
right?
Whether that's swimming, whether that's whatever. So, and like I brought this up, and now the text line's here too. But like I texted you guys, the similar story that we saw last year was UNLV quarterback. And we're like, what the hell is this kid doing?
Yeah, quit
Like,
on
after
the
That
team.
guy just quit.
After 2 games,
the team
he's
got
like,
better.
He's like, you guys promised me money and it's not here, and I want to play. If I'm only going to play if I get my money, it's like, okay, well that's okay. Well, then I'm out. And then he leaves, and that guy goes all the way to the almost college football.
I mean,
playoffs.
they almost made they were 1 win away from beating Boise
right.
State in that MWC championship to
This
go to that.
This type of behavior has happened, and it's going to keep happening.
This one
more
feels
severely
different
than
though,
not.
because
Oh.
this guy was like done, the deal was signed, and like it would be like Bobby Witt showing up today going, you know what, I'm out. That deal doesn't work for me anymore. I'm better than that.
What do you think?
Well, what I told Mac is the similarity that I found it up to was if you remember the Emmanuel Sanders contract, he was all but in Kansas City, and within 19 minutes he goes, "No, I'm gonna go to Denver," and it was like.
That one hurt. But that and I don't know the inner workings of it. Is there a signed deal that this guy in Tennessee had signed a contract and now is backing out of it? Because that's another problem. Yeah. And if you're another college coach, is this guy good enough to deal with the off the field stuff? Like Tyreek Hill was good enough to deal with the off the field stuff. Now maybe not anymore, but he was early on. There are certain players where they look the other way because they're very talented. Is this guy talented enough to look the other way that he could be bringing down an entire organization, and his showing up may have an adverse effect on everybody else? He's a quarterback. Your leader quit on another team. Who's to say he's not going to do it on you? Things aren't going well in the middle of a game. Maybe he hits the eject button and he opts out. Like,
let's see your talent.
Does this guy go anywhere? I mean, I don't know. I'm looking at it from that standpoint. I know talent, usurps everything. But most of the spring practices are wrapping up right now.
Brioche of the weekend.
Big brioche guy.
Love that. Yeah, good take.
Mac, what's your brioche of the weekend, my guy?
Got a lot of yard work done.
You
a lot
love
of
to see
sun.
it.
Yeah.
Were you shirtless?
Of course. About halfway through.
Shoeless?
Not shoeless. Not shoeless.
Tarnished jean shorts?
Some new shorts that my wonderful fiance got me from Abercrombie. But yeah, I did some yard work, man. Got some good stuff out of that there. Continue it today.
Oh. Bobby got a brioche of the weekend?
Yeah, I'm giving it to my youngest daughter. She made the high school cheerleading team over at Olathe East.
Yeah, nice. Just driving over there in the Fescoe household.
This was as nerve-wracking as you could get. It was one hell of a week. If you've been through it, I really feel bad for her friends who didn't make it. I cried for them because it was, only a couple of them actually made the team. And she found out she made the team and immediately went to the list and she goes, oh my God, none of my friends made it, and started crying. So the joy that she had from making the team was taken away by all of her friends not making the team. And so it was 2 days of consoling instead of celebrating, that. But I guess I'm raising the kids the right way because she wasn't happy for herself. She was sad for her friends.
That's right.
It's bittersweet, man.
Yeah.
My brioche of the weekend goes to the Fescoe household as well. Congratulations on your wedding anniversary. It is not easy to do stuff like that. You got to keep that fire burning. You got to keep flirting with your spouse. You got to make things interesting. You've done that for almost 2 decades.
We've been married over 17 years now, I told
right.
Jen yesterday.
Crazy. Over. Take the over. Hey, go do something nice for somebody. You never know. It could change their